Are we ready? Good evening, everyone. This is the extended celebration of the adoption of the 19th Amendment and the Board of Appeals hearing for the Annapolis Board of Appeals for June 4th, 2019. Ms. Hook, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Gallagher?
Yep.
Mr. Zazali? Yes. Mr. Martirana? Yes. Ms. Shine?
Yes.
Looks like we have
Mr. Walsh? And Mr. Burnett?
Please also note the presence of Chris Beard, counsel for the board. Have members of the board had a chance to review the agenda? Any suggestions or corrections? All in favor? Thank you. We have one matter on the agenda tonight. It's appeal number 2018-002 relating to the proposed development project called Eastport Landings. Is that correct? We're going to do our best to hear the case tonight if we can. If we can't get it all in tonight, we've also scheduled a second night for July 17th. So we'll do our best to get it done tonight. You can help us by keeping in mind a couple of things. The members of the board have read the extensive submissions that we've received, so you don't need to repeat everything in the papers that you filed with us. Please focus your testimony and arguments tightly on matters relating directly to the propriety of the director's certification of adequate public facilities. As we discussed in the last hearing, we're not going to get into the propriety of the site development plan or other extraneous issues.
Sir, we can't hear you too well.
I'll try to do better.
Thank you.
The rules of the Board of Appeals, when it comes to appeals like this one, have a presumption against public testimony. That's because, for the most part, these appeals involve questions of law where factual matters presented by the public would not be helpful to the board. But we always are able to waive that rule if circumstances warrant. So at the appropriate time, if anyone from the public believes they have testimony relating to the certification that we need to hear, we'll talk about that at that time. There is a sign-up sheet, I think, at the lectern for anyone who thinks they're in that category. Please sign up. If we don't get to it tonight, we'll get to it the next time. Please be advised that the hearing tonight will be videotaped, and I understand live streamed and broadcast on public access channels, and I'm not sure where else. That decision was made by the city, not by the board, so do with that what you'd like. Will every person who intends to give testimony or evidence tonight please stand up for the oath? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, subject to penalties for perjury, that the testimony you're about to give is true to the best of your knowledge? Thank you. You may be seated. So in appeals of this nature, the burden is on the appellant. And so with that in mind, the order of proceedings that I'd like to follow is we'll start with the appellants, followed by the applicants, then the city, the public, if any, rebuttal and closing. Does anyone have a problem with that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that that doesn't adhere to your rules. It's in the nature of a de novo case, and it seems to me the applicant would go first in a case like this.
Anyone else have a view on that?
I object.
Mr. Elson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you. We haven't had that many appeals in years from time to time. We have a couple each year. We've had the appellant generally go first. I think I think you have the discretion to decide how to do this in the most organized fashion.
Well, let's
Yes,
come back to Mr. Hyatt's point. Please address for me the issue of whether our job is a de novo determination of the propriety of the certification of adequate public facilities, or is it merely to review the director's decision for errors of fact or law?
I think it's de novo. You stand in the shoes of the director. The board does, that is, and you handle it as a de novo, not on the record. You handle it as a de novo case, which would be, you know, routinely, I think, if it's requested, then the applicant would go first. If it's not requested, we've had the appellant go first at different times. But I think it's your discretion as chairman, and you have the inherent discretion to decide how to do this in the most organized way. So, you know, because it's de novo, I think theoretically the applicant can go first.
Is there case law on the point of whether it's de novo or not?
I don't know of any case law, but the city code has its section 2130 on appeals. And I don't have the section with me, but I believe it says that the applicant, the board, I don't think it uses this words, but to the effect stands in the shoes of the planning director.
It says the board can do whatever the planning director
Yeah,
could
you can
do.
affirm, reverse, modify, or affirm with conditions.
And that section refers to the powers of the board on appeals generally,
Yes. there's-
not specific to adequate public facilities.
That's correct. It's 2130 it pertains to any appeal of a decision of the director in the zoning code.
Right. And isn't there also a section of the code that says that in the case of an appeal from certification of adequate public facilities, the director will transmit a certified copy of the record to the board?
In any appeal, under the zoning code, the director has to transmit the departmental record to the board for its consideration. So that's what happened here. The record was transmitted by the director.
Doesn't that imply that review is on the record?
Now, you may infer it that it's on the record, but if it was on the record, you would hear only oral arguments, you wouldn't hear testimony. I think it's expected that the board hear testimony because the board is in the same position that the director does. And the board, in order to affirm, if it was strictly a legal issue, I would say there'd be no testimony, but there are factual matters that are going to be addressed tonight. So it's not just a legal issue, and therefore it's not on the record.
Mr. Rogers, do you have a view you'd like to express?
Yes, the appeal is to the Director of Planning and Zoning. He is the appellee. If the appellee wants to go first, or I go first, the appellant, but normally in all court proceedings, the appellant goes first. This is an administrative hearing. It is not an appeal board normal hearing of zoning and property line variances and that sort of thing. This is an administrative hearing. And I object to Mr. Hyatt's intent to try and distort the process. We are to go first, the appellee goes second, and the applicant goes third.
Mr. Hyatt, last word is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, I'm not trying to distort the process. The city code is not always a picture of clarity, as we know. But you do have a set of rules. This board has a set of rules, and I refer you to Article 8A. And it says, "The board shall conduct all appeals in a quasi-judicial de novo manner." Now, it seems to me that I know that the record is transmitted, the documentation is transmitted. There may be some inferences there, but Article 8 says quasi-judicial, de novo. I don't see how an appellant can initiate the proceedings when it's not the appellant that had applied for the certification of of adequacy. And so that's why I believe it's appropriate. Now, if it was completely on the record, that might be a different story, but it's a little bit on the record and and some not on the record, based on what the code says, but the rules say de novo, and that's how I interpret it.
And I've just been handed a note that says if it's de novo hearing, the burden of proof is not mine, according to the law.
Thank you. All right, it seems that there is no dispute among the parties that it's a de novo hearing. So I'll reconsider my order, and we'll ask the city to go first, please.
I can go first if you want, but okay, so I don't mind going first, Your Honor. I think that, Mr. Chairman, but I would ask that we defer our presentation until the end. Normally, we do it in the beginning. I'm requesting that we do it, in this case, in the end. We have an appeal, kind of unique circumstances here with all the motions that have been filed and everything, and I think it would best be organized for our purposes, at least for the planning department's purposes, that we present at the end. So I'm requesting that you defer a presentation by the planning department until the applicant and the appellant have presented their cases.
All right, Mr. Hyatt, I've done my best to frustrate you, but I'm frustrated, so you go ahead.
Thank you.
No frustration on my end. Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening. I'm Alan Hyatt, for the record, and I know you are all very well acquainted with this case. I'm here representing Eastport Plaza LLC, Solstice Partners LLC, and SPRE Eastport LLC, and I'm going to call them the applicants. These entities are the applicants for the project known as the Lofts at Eastport Landing. We have had some procedural skirmishing to get us to this point. The project consists of a redevelopment on a site that you know as the Eastport Shopping Center. It's a site that's almost exclusively paved today. There's about 14,500 square feet of first floor commercial space and 98 multifamily units above the ground floor, with 143 parking spaces within the site. That's been approved under a site development plan process. In tandem with the site design plan, in the city, site design plan process, county is site development plan. So in the city, site design plan application was approved. The tandem application is a request for a certification of adequacy of facilities. And that is because this project is known or is applied for what is known as a major site design. And when you apply for major site design, you need to obtain a certification of adequacy of public facilities in order for the project to go forward. That certification was granted on November 26, 2018. Certification for adequacy is spelled out in the city code under Title 22. There are specific criteria spelled out under the code under Title 22. There's a chapter for adequacy of fire, rescue, and emergency medical services, one for adequate police protection, for public maintenance services, for water and sewer facilities, for adequate recreational facilities. There's one for traffic impact analysis, although there's no specific standards in the code regarding traffic. There's certification for non-auto transportation facilities, certification required for adequate stormwater management facilities, and then there's one with respect to schools, whether the project is adequate for schools. So each of these chapters that deal with these criteria have certain standards to satisfy. The way the process works is an application is submitted to the Department of Planning and Zoning, and that department disseminates the application to the applicable departments and agencies in the city. For example, the Department of Public Works weighs in on sewer, water, storm drainage, and determines whether there are adequate public maintenance services. The applicant where applicable, submits information to the city about sewer, water, traffic, and the city goes through an analysis and determines whether what's proposed is adequate. In this particular case, each department makes a recommendation to the Department of Planning and Zoning, and here, all of the departments that reviewed the criteria determined that there was adequacy. That was the decision, and as a result, the then planning director, Mr. Gutwald, who's here this evening to join us, issued the certification of adequacy. So an appeal was noted, and the appeal seemed to combine issues of site design and adequacy. We had a hearing, and there was a series of motions, and I think it's worth repeating and remembering that at the outset of this hearing, in terms of adequacy of public facilities, there's really quite a lot involved in a review. And we have a lot of city employees and contractors that participated in this process. So when one appeals a certification of adequacy, there's a lot to it. But it does not involve anything and everything. And based upon the documents submitted by the appellants, I think there remains a misunderstanding of what constitutes adequacy. The appellants do not have a right to conjure up complaints that fall outside the scope of Chapter 22 of the City Code. For example, in the documents that the appellants submitted as their exhibits, there's a guide to the site design review process for Eastport. That was contained in the package. That certainly doesn't apply. There is a section or sections from the code that talk about height regulations and bulk regulations. Again, they are not applicable to Chapter 22, and on it goes. We have posters here tonight that aren't relevant. So while the appellants have the right to attempt to show that the certification of adequacy of public facilities does not meet the criteria of Chapter 22, and of course we think we do satisfy those standards, anything outside of Chapter 22 is not appropriate, and I just want the record to reflect that early on. It is the intention of the applicant to prove to the board that the certification was in all respects proper, and what I intend to do is call our civil engineer, Terry Schuman, as our first witness. Nick Dribbin will be called as the next witness. He did the traffic impact study. And then I would reach out to representatives of the city who authored the memos that are in the file for a very few questions of each of them, just to confirm what they did and how they did it and how they reached a conclusion that we satisfy adequacy. So with that, I would call Mr. Schuman, unless the others have an opening at this time.
I think we've pretty good idea where everyone's going from the last evening of hearings we had. Unless someone has a strong preference to make an opening, let's get on with the testimony.
Okay?
Anyone who's testifying tonight, take Alderman Finlayson's empty seat there so that
Yeah, would
I
you
can
like,
get a good view.
let's make the witness chair the first chair on the platform.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No? Let's say 17. Yeah.
Okay?
Please.
All right. Mr. Schuman, please identify yourself and tell the board your business address.
Good evening. My name is Terry Schuman, principal with Bay Engineering, one of the owners. My address, it's Bay Engineering Incorporated. We're address of 2661, Building 800, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401. And my occupation is a professional engineer practicing in civil engineering.
Mr. Schuman, are you familiar with the city code and the requirements that are necessary to proceed with a development application?
I am.
Are you also familiar with the requirements to obtain a certification of adequacy from the city?
I am, yes.
How many projects have you done in the city of Annapolis over the years?
We've done numerous, dozens that have to deal with development projects, dozens more in single-family dwellings and other commercial projects as well.
Have you handled, and your office handled this project, the lofts at Eastport Landing, since the inception?
I have.
How many years have you been working on this, would you say?
Our project number is 2014, so 2013, I'm sorry, so since 2013.
Mr. Schuman, you gave me a CV, or a professional biography, which is set forth as Exhibit 9 or Tab 9 in the applicant's list of exhibits. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And does that depict your professional background and experience?
It does, yes.
You've testified as an expert witness before this board before,
I have.
and Anne Arundel County Board of Appeals,
Anne Arundel County Board of Appeals as well.
Circuit Court,
Circuit Court,
Planning Commission,
Planning Commission.
hearing officer at the county.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Schuman be admitted as an expert witness in the field of civil engineering and site planning.
Any questions?
I have a question. Did he swear in today? Was he stood up and raised his hand?
I did. I can
You did?
answer. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schuman, did you perform a study to submit with an application for certification for adequate facilities for the lofts at Eastport Landing?
I did.
Mr. Hyatt, just let me interrupt you for just a second. We hear expert testimony to help the board understand complicated factual situations.
Yes.
And the idea is that they're providing us some measure of independent expert advice on these matters. Where the proffered expert has been involved in the project from the beginning, I think that's a different situation. So we'll hear Mr. Schuman's testimony, but I think we'll have to take into account when we weigh its value the fact that he's been a hired professional involved in this project from the beginning.
Right, there's no question that he is the hired professional, and he's an expert, and if it goes to the weight, then understood. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so, Mr. Schuman, you answered the question in the affirmative that you did prepare a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
Actually, you did a number of reports, is that right?
That is correct as well. Yes.
Okay. The last one that you did, is it accurate that it was revised in November of 2018?
Dated November 2nd, 2018. That's
Okay.
the last one, and that was the one that was approved.
Directing your attention to the requirements of the city code under Chapter 22, are you familiar with the criteria enumerated under Chapter 22, or rather under Title 22, for the satisfaction of adequate public facilities?
I am, yes.
Have you identified all of those in your report?
I did.
Mr. Chairman, I'm referring to tab 4 in the exhibit package, and what I will do for purposes of trying to move things right along, I'm going to ask Mr. Schuman to address the factors of the standards required under the various criteria for adequacy in the city. So Mr. Schuman, if you would, to try to keep things moving along, refer to your report under tab 4. And let's first talk about chapter 22.12. That's
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm objecting. We don't need to read all this stuff. I'm prepared to accept what he's got on the record, and Mr. Hyatt doesn't have to read everything. We want testimony.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
Well, I was asking him a question, and so Mr. Schuman, referring you to chapter 22.12, which you've described in your report, can you briefly summarize for the benefit of the board what the standards are when seeking adequacy or approval for adequacy for fire, rescue, emergency, medical, and fire inspection services in the city?
Yeah, that's chapter 2212. And actually, they're in 2212-030 is an exemption. If a proposed project that will include a sprinkler system or systems in accordance with the code shall be deemed to have adequate facilities under this chapter, and the building will have a sprinkler
So you
system.
check that box, that's adequate.
So you can check that
Right,
box. and we
okay.
did.
Let's talk about police protection. Can you comment on 22.14? How is it that you satisfy adequacy of police protection in the city under Chapter 22?
I mean, that's the responsibility of the police chief. There are no exemptions for that, and there are standards for office ratio, average response time. And when we prepare the package, we address it and we provide the information of the project, the scope, and the size, and it gets passed on to the police department, and the police department did issue an approval letter responding to those requirements in the code.
Okay, and that approval letter is, I don't know if you have my book in front of you, but that approval letter is under tab E of section 1. Do you have that?
I don't exactly have yours, but I have the approval letter, and the approval letter was,
And the approval letter is dated October 15th, 2018, is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, that's under tab E, just for ease of convenience here. And then, Mr. Schuman, there was also one from the fire department dated November 15th, 2018, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Chairman, that's under tab B, under section 1. All right, so fire satisfied, police satisfied. How about public maintenance services? That deals with snow removal, trash, and roads.
Right, so for public maintenance service, trash pickup, trash will be, we indicated on a report that's going to be a private pickup and through a private vendor. Similar to snow removal will all be by a private vendor, private contractor for the removal of all snow off the sidewalks and the parking areas and and actually the fronting sidewalks and access roads internal to the project. And then the last one for the public maintenance was the road maintenance, and we're not proposing any roads.
Okay, and that was under section 22.16 of the code?
Correct.
Is it accurate to state that Mr. Jarrell agreed with you as Public Works Director that the development satisfies adequacy under 22.16 in his memorandum dated November 13th, 2018?
He did, that's correct.
And that's under tab D, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the next one is adequacy of water and sewer facilities. What did you do?
So for the water and
respect to
sewer, so for this project, we have an existing shopping center. Portions of the existing shopping center will be removed. and replaced with a mixed-use apartment complex and some other retail components. So when we did our analysis, we estimated or did the calculations for the existing flow on the shopping center. Then we took the removal of some of that and added the 98 apartments and the 14,000 square foot of retail and came up with a proposed flow. That proposed flow generated, based on state factors, 19,861 gallons per day, more than what the existing facility. So there is an impact. We went on further in our report to show that all the lines that we proposed on site, all the sewer lines and all the water lines would be adequate to handle that additional flow. And then we identified for the city the connecting spots for the public water and the connecting spots for the sewer. And then the city takes that information and they have their models of the water and the sewer for the overall city, and they can run those based on the information we provide to determine that there are no impacts downstream of our site. And that's the conclusion, again, from David Jarrell, Department of Public Works, was that it was approved.
Okay, so you submitted all these calculations that are described in your report, right?
That is correct.
Under 22.18, and the Department of Public Works reviewed them, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it made a determination that they were correct and that water and sewer adequacy was achieved, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. How about recreational facilities? Are you familiar with how that works?
Yes,
That's
there's
under 22.20 of the city code.
so recreation, rec and parks, they're responsible for the review and assessment of the proposed project for recreational facilities. So we don't have any recreational facilities for the commercial aspect, but the apartments, the requirement is 500 square feet per unit. So we had 98 multifamily units, 500 square feet times 98 is 49,000 square feet. So our recreation requirement for this project was 49,000 square feet, a little over an acre. The code also allows that you can look within a half mile of your project. So we took in the adequacy of public facilities report, there's a map, also C10 of the overall plans. And this map showed a half-mile radius around the property. And then we identified all the public parks within that half mile, as well as our redevelopment area where we would have recreation facilities for the public, which is basically along the fronting sidewalks of the proposed mixed-use development. With that square foot, we had 14,772 square feet on-site of, actually that went down to, I believe 10,000 is what Rec and Parks allowed. And then we had approximately 30,000 in the parks that are within a half mile, right? So if you're looking at that plan, you can see. And if you add that all up, we were short a little bit on the rec area, and the code does allow, you can either provide it on site, you can provide a fee in lieu, or a combination thereof. And we provided a combination thereof. So the city basically, we were allowed to count up to 15 units, and then we assessed the 15 units at the $500 per unit, and that comes up with the fee in lieu. So we met recreation requirements by on-site and off-site areas, as well as a fee in lieu.
So the drawing in between pages 6 and 7 of your report reflect that, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, referring to the code section here of 22.20, recreational facilities can be satisfied with any combination of these items, right? If you're short on site and you're short within a half mile, then you pay. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Correct.
Or if you're fortunate to have substantial recreational facilities on site or within the half mile, then there's no payment. But it's a combination, so one way or the other, you satisfy
That is correct.
this. Okay. All right. Thank you. The next standard concerns non-auto transportation facilities. You familiar with that requirement?
I am.
I think I went out of order on you.
There's actually traffic impact.
Let's talk about traffic. Traffic, what does an applicant do in the city for traffic impact? I mean, there's not any specific standard in the code, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what does an applicant do?
In the city, the requirement is if you have a project, essentially if they determine that it generates more than 250 trips, I think, per day, then you have to do a traffic study. And the applicant doesn't do the traffic study. The city solicits proposals from outside consultants, and they control the process of hiring a traffic consultant and performing that analysis. So the city solicited a proposal, selected a firm. The applicants pay for that firm to do the study, and then the study is done by an outside firm.
And that report, that traffic impact study is, I refer you to tab 6 in our exhibit package, prepared by Lenhart Traffic Consulting, Inc. Is that the traffic impact study that the applicants
Yeah,
were
I don't have that in front of me, but I'm familiar with the study,
Okay.
yes.
And do you recall what the requirements, what the recommendations of that traffic impact study were?
I think at the end, the condition was that, that they recommended that the developer secure an approval from the appropriate city and or state agency for signal timing optimization at Bay Ridge Avenue and Tyler Avenue before approving the proposed development.
And then the City Department of Transportation agreed with that?
They did.
And they determined that if those improvements were made, that the timing changes on the signal, then there was adequacy of traffic, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's a memorandum also contained in, under tab 1, is that right?
Correct, and then the one dated November 16, 2018.
Yes. Okay,
The approval of the certification.
okay, thank you. How about stormwater management facilities? That's one of the criteria that has to be satisfied for adequacy.
Do you want to go non-auto first?
I'm sorry.
Keep in mind.
Non-auto transportation facilities, you want to comment on that particular requirement?
Right, so the non-auto was bicycle. Bicycle is one of them. And we showed that we are extending a shared bike lane along Chesapeake Avenue. There already one exists along Bay Ridge, and we're going to continue it around the corner along the frontage of Chesapeake. Also sidewalk, pedestrian is the other one, streetscape improvements. Well, let me just go back to bike, I'm sorry. And we also, bike racks and bike service stations are all being provided with this mixed-use development as well. Streetscape and pedestrian and streetscape are all being provided. Sidewalks will be improved. ADA access at the points around the shopping center will all meet ADA requirements. Streetscape along the 3 frontage roads, as well as sidewalks where on Norman Drive where none exist today. So we do have sidewalks on 3 sides. They will be improved. Norman Drive has no sidewalk, and we will be providing a sidewalk along Norman Drive.
How about the crosswalk?
And then the crosswalks as well will be improved at all the access points.
The proposed improvements you suggested were accepted as being adequate by the Department of Planning and Zoning, is that correct?
They were, yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, I refer you to the adequacy of stormwater management facilities, directing your attention to 22.24, Chapter 22.24. Would you explain to the board what it is that you studied and
Yeah,
what your
so-
conclusions were?
So this project, a little background on the project. So currently, right now, the site is 92.5% impervious. with zero stormwater management. It's all collected in storm drains and just goes out the back creek. No stormwater management on the site that exists today. The state and the city criteria for stormwater management you can be considered a redevelopment project if your impervious area is greater than 40%. Your project can be classified as a redevelopment. And in a redevelopment, because they're trying to promote redevelopment in these urban areas, they do give a break on stormwater management. You're required to redevelopment requires that we provide 1 inch of treatment for 50% of the existing impervious area for the area within the LOD. So if you're redeveloping a property, in this case, the property is 6.75 acres. Our limit of disturbance on the one corner of the site is a little under half, so it's 3 acres. So we need to provide 50% of the 1 inch treatment on that 3 acre limit of disturbance. When we did this project, the redevelopment requirement was 50%. We provided 74%. So we went above and beyond through the use of we have 8 microbial retention areas throughout the parking area. We have a green roof on the main building, and then we were putting a smaller green roof on the existing facility. And all that met and exceeded the requirement from the city and the state for redevelopment projects as far as stormwater management goes, almost by 25%. So with that, we met all the stormwater management requirements for the project.
And the code requires you to satisfy the state law and the provisions of Chapter 17. And what is being proposed does satisfy those requirements?
It does.
And the Department of Public Works did agree with you on that?
They did.
Again, referring you to Mr. Gerald's memorandum, he agreed that it did satisfy adequacy, or
It
the
did.
stormwater plan did satisfy adequacy.
Yes.
Right, okay. All right. And then you mentioned in your report the ESD to the MEP. Could you just take a minute to elaborate on that, what it is that, what that means and what?
ESD to the MEP is environmentally sensitive design to the maximum extent practicable. So the old days where you would just take the lowest point on the site, you stick a big pond there. I mean, those are, they don't want that anymore. They want to promote spreading promoting more infiltration and recharge back into the ground, spreading these devices out over the site, and making smaller devices as opposed to one big large device. So ESD devices are rain gardens, microbiome retention facilities, green roofs. There's a whole list of things in the state book that qualifies as environmentally sensitive design, preserving forest and sheet flow, those type of things. So we have met all those to the max extent practicable by microbial green roofs. We've provided that, and then they've gone above and beyond what was required to 74% as opposed to the 50%.
Okay, thank you. Next and last is the question of school facilities. That's under Chapter 22.25. What is it that you do with school facilities pertaining to adequacy?
So the school board puts out a demographic and planning information, and our schools that we're contributing to are Eastport Elementary School, Annapolis Middle School, and Annapolis High School. The state puts out factors for residential on each of the elementary, middle, and Annapolis High. Again, we have 98 total units. When we use those state factors, we're going to be generating 14 additional elementary school students, 5 additional middle school students, and 6 additional high school students. The new city code allows, and then there's also a state-rated capacity for each school. And from that state-rated capacity, we add in our impact, and all these schools, Eastport Elementary School was at 92.5%, Annapolis Middle School was at 65%, and Annapolis High School was at 102%. The most recent city code does allow the Eastport Elementary, or the middle and the elementary schools, to be at 105% capacity, and the high school's at 120%. So the impact of this project on the schools meets all those code requirements.
So that's simply an objective standard. Based on the school charts and based upon the students generated, you either have
It's all math.
capacity or not.
You have it or you don't.
No discretion.
No.
And so there was a memorandum here dated November 26, 2018, from Sally Nash, Department of Planning and Zoning, to Tom Smith, that recognized that these schools were open and this application satisfied adequacy as to schools. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would just point out, these are apartments, and the school board, in their factors, they don't look at apartment any different than a home. So if you have a home with 4 kids, it's looked at the same way with an apartment that is a single studio or 1-bedroom apartment. So we don't think we'll even hit these numbers, but the numbers are the numbers, and we meet them, so.
Mr. Chairman, that last memorandum's under tab 2, just for your information. So, Mr. Schuman, in your professional opinion, has the applicant satisfied all of the adequacy standards set forth under Chapter 22 of the City Code?
I do. I believe they have.
Is it your professional opinion that the project, the lofts at Eastport Landing, is entitled to a certification of adequacy?
Absolutely.
And in fact, a certification of adequacy was issued by the Department of Planning and Zoning, is that right?
It was.
And you think that was properly issued when it was?
Absolutely.
And is it accurate to state that there are no other standards other than the ones we just went through under Chapter 22 to satisfy in order to obtain a certification for adequacy?
None. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Schuman at this time.
Mr. Elson?
Mr. Schuman, to what extent did you work with the city planning staff in developing your proposal for adequacy of public facilities?
Extensively, yes.
How does that work? I mean, do you submit your evaluation of adequacy of public facilities with your application?
We do.
Okay. And who in particular did you work with during the course of the evaluation?
We submitted, essentially, we submitted this 3 times, back in September 2016 when we first submitted. That was when the project was 130 apartments and a larger retail.
Okay.
Then through all the other stuff, that got scaled back, and then we did it again. And so every time we'd get a comment, we would, every time we got comments, addressed them, resubmitted, we submitted a new adequacy of public facility report. But to go back to answer your question, who did we talk with? We DPW, Department of Public Works, Matt Waters from a stormwater standpoint, Jennifer Fighton, Tora Burkhart as far as sewer and water goes. I think we had some conversations with the fire department as well. And we had to coordinate fire flow tests with the city Department of Public Works for water pressure and those type of things.
What do you mean coordinate?
Well, we have to file an application to allow us to do an APF, what we call an APF fire flow test, so we can determine what the water pressure is in the area. That has to be done a certain way. It has to be witnessed by the Department of Public Works. We have to get tank readings at the time of the test so we can get true, accurate readings. So there's some coordination on that. We used absolute fire protection to perform that test.
What is that, absolute fire?
They're a sprinkler system and they know the standards for doing tests.
They're a contractor?
They are.
So, did you have any communications with the Department of Recreation and Parks?
We did, yes.
Who did you deal with there? Was it Marissa Whitlinger?
Yes, it was.
And was your proposal for adequate recreational facilities accepted at the start?
Was not.
And why not?
When we were doing it, we did a half-mile radius around the whole site. Took us across Back Creek. When you go across Back Creek, we can hit Back Creek Nature Park. That alone would have, or that with what we had would have met it. That's how we submitted it the first time. We also submitted it with Annapolis, or Eastport Elementary School. And the Rec and Parks, maybe in other departments conferred with us and basically would not allow us to go across the creek, and they wouldn't allow the school board project as part of our rec area.
So the Department of Recreation and Parks rejected your proposal to use the Back Creek Nature Park? Was that the Ellen Moyer?
Didn't
Park?
accept it, yes.
Okay. Did they reject anything else? What about?
They
use
did
of the
reject,
school?
or we tweaked a little bit on the on-site recreation areas as far as we were originally including some walkways along the existing shopping center.
Okay.
They didn't allow us to use those.
So what specifically on-site were you allowed to use?
We used the common areas for the walkway areas between the new and the old building, and the common patio areas, and then we used, obviously, for the recreation area on-site in the amenity space on the rooftop of the apartment complex.
Okay. And what about schools? Did you propose to use Eastport Elementary?
I
Is
did.
that what you said? And was that rejected or was
It-
that accepted?
It was not accepted.
Okay, so did you do revisions at that point when that
We
was
did.
accepted? All right. And you said you did 3 sets of revisions before you finally got approval from the city?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, no, I mean, we did approximately 2 or 3 iterations with the rec and parks.
I meant rec-
I mean, everything else was more, we were addressing comments,
I meant-
revising the report and resubmitting.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
dealing with rec and parks at
Mhm.
that point. Okay. Now, going back to fire, did you deal with the fire marshal's office?
I don't think we had too much dealings with them. We addressed their comments when
Okay.
they had them.
And the exemption, can you explain the exemption in the city code regarding sprinklering? And what is your perspective as to how that works?
I mean, it's listed in the code. It just says a proposed project that will include a sprinkler system or systems in accordance with the code shall be deemed to have adequate facilities under this chapter. So,
Right.
but in that, we also did a fire flow test. We also showed that we had greater than 2,000 gallons per minute available at 20 residual PSI, so
All right, so is it correct that full sprinklering of the building is all you need to be certified for adequacy under the fire section of
per the
Title
code, that's
22?
correct.
Okay. So why did you do more than that? You said you did other things like testing
Well, we
water
had to,
pressure.
for DPW's water and sewer, we need to do a fire flow test. and
Okay,
We have to make available the pressure.
all right. How about response times for the fire department? Is that required by the code? The fire department response times?
It-
In other words, required for certification?
It's in the code, that's
Okay,
correct.
but did you have to address that?
We did not.
Okay, and is it required or not required that you have to address response times for a certification?
It has not been a requirement. Also, the fire department is right across the street as well.
Right now, I wanted to take a look at the appeal, the actual form of the appeal that was submitted in this case by Mr. Rogers. Get it out. Have you reviewed that at all previously?
I believe I have.
Okay. I just want to go through it real quickly and ask you a few questions. Okay.
I'm looking at, is there a response from Sally Nash? Is that
Okay.
a memorandum?
It's been submitted. I guess at this point, are the submissions by all parties submitted into the record at this point?
When you offer them,
I'm going to offer the city's binder, I think it had 7 exhibits into the record.
any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so,
We'll accept them.
all right, thank you.
I don't have a binder, is this what you mean?
Yeah. It's the planning department's narrative report plus 7 exhibits. All right, may I give a copy to, I want to give a copy of the appeal notice to Mr. Schuman. Okay, thank you. All right, starting on page 2. I just want to go over the subject matter of each of these paragraphs. I don't want to go into any detail about them, just the specific subject matter. And if you can go through them and read them as you can, and just tell me which ones, in your opinion, are applicable to an evaluation of adequate public facilities and which ones aren't.
So starting,
Starting with 1.
where it says arguments, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. No, 1 is no.
Reason?
It's talking about density. It's a zoning issue.
Okay. What would,
I object to this process. He's not allowed to make a reread of the of application and then make a legal judgment. That's not his position. He should, coming to this, he should make testimony that has pertinence to the adequate public facilities. If he's going to sit and pick apart every one of these things, we'll be here all night.
no, we're not going to be here all night, and plus, I'm asking him the factual basis, not the legal basis for his conclusion.
Then he should answer yes or no.
Well, he can explain himself. Because, you know, I mean, we have,
I'm not sure this is the best way to do this, but go ahead, let's try to be quick.
all right. What's the reason that number 1 is not applicable to certifications?
I'm on number 2, right?
Okay, did you give a reason for number 1?
It's a zoning
Oh,
issue.
you said it had to do with density.
It had to do with density. It's a zoning issue. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with adequacy
All
of
right, how
public
about 2?
facilities. Number 2, essentially it just, the acreage of the property and 2 lots versus 1 lot, again, I don't think it's applicable. No.
All right. 3 has to do with allegations of contaminated soil and groundwater. Is that something that you would evaluate in adequacy of public facilities?
No.
And what's the reason why?
It's a separate process. I don't think it has anything to do with adequacy of public facilities.
Does it have anything to do with stormwater management, for instance?
I guess maybe during permitting, someone may ask some questions on it, sure.
During the permitting process?
Mhm.
Okay. We haven't gotten to that point yet, correct?
No, that's correct.
All right. How about storm drainage from a contaminated site? Is that something that's evaluated in adequacy of public facilities?
No, I mean, the adequacy of public facilities talks about stormwater management and
Okay,
not the contamination.
okay.
So no.
And storm drainage, is that considered in Title 22?
I mean, I think storm drainage and design is all part of stormwater management, sure.
Design, can you distinguish design from the certification process?
I mean, the stormwater management, the storm drain, all needs to be sufficiently adequate
Okay,
for the project.
all right.
Um,
Number 5,
I'll just need to read it. Number 5 is dealing with critical area. That does not have anything to do with adequacy of public facility.
Okay. Well, 6, we've determined that traffic impact does, correct?
Traffic does, yes.
Okay. And I believe 7 is also, would you indicate as to whether that has to do with the traffic impact study?
I mean, I think the traffic impact study evaluated the access points, so
So that's applicable to
could be,
the
yes.
roof certification
Yes.
review? Okay. And what about adequate water supply for fire protection?
Yes.
Okay. We're on number 9 now, and I believe that has to do with 8. So let's go to 10. How about Americans with Disabilities Act? Requirements?
I think, you know, it's part of that street circulation or the pedestrian, so it could be.
It could be, okay.
Yes.
11, we know the school.
School impact, yes.
Okay. 12, review the Annapolis Comprehensive Plan.
No, I mean, I think that's all part of the site design process.
Okay. All right. How about 13, which would be,
The capital improvement plan is all part of the adequacy, so
it's all
Yes.
part of what?
it's part of the adequacy, it's one of the purposes.
All right. Height, number 14?
Height, no. It's a
Just
site design.
Okay. 15, a transit stop, bus stop.
It could be, yes.
Okay.
It's part of the transit.
All right. 16, loading zones. Location of loading zones.
I mean, you can assimilate it to the access point when, in the traffic study, but it's also part of the site design, so,
Crosswalks, number 17.
yes.
That's part of the traffic study.
Mhm.
Okay. 18, something to do with mediation that happened a while back.
I would say no.
19, recreational and open space area, you know, that's
Yes.
part of the evaluation. All right, 20.
MPDUs have nothing to do with adequacy of public facilities.
It has nothing to do with APF?
It does not.
Okay. 21.
Does
city
not.
City motivations.
Tax revenue, no.
Okay, and number 22 about trees. Is that design, site design?
It is not anything to do with adequacy.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, going back to the revisions that you made, did you have to make any other revisions required by the city before you could get a certification? Besides, we talked about the Rec and Park one. Were there other revisions that you made?
Certainly stormwater. We went
Okay.
back and forth through reviews for
Anything else?
stormwater.
Anything else
Um,
that you can recall?
Access points
Mhm.
off Chesapeake, things like
All right.
bus locations, bus stop locations.
Is it typical that you would provide your own evaluation of adequacy of public facilities in an application where you're the engineer?
Well, we did by the original submittal, yes.
Is that typical that you do that in any application where it is required?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Mr. Rogers?
Excuse me, I have to get up to show him the book. Are you fairly familiar with the state stormwater management manual?
Yes.
You need a microphone.
Can you read 13?
Now he needs the microphone.
These are under general performance standard for stormwater management in Maryland. Number 13, stormwater, you want me just to highlight a part?
No, just read paragraph 13.
Stormwater discharges from land use or activities with higher potential for pollutant loadings defined as hotspots in Chapter 2 may require the use of specific structural BMPs and pollution prevention practices. In addition, stormwater from a hotspot land use may not be infiltrated without proper pretreatment.
Thank you. What does a hotspot mean?
It's defined in the book. It's gas stations and warehouse, cleaning facilities.
You didn't use the word gas station in any of your testimony, did you?
I don't think so.
Is there a gas station on this site?
No.
Was there one?
Yes.
Is there contamination in that site?
There is a voluntary cleanup program going on. Yes.
Has that been completed?
Not yet.
Is it under review?
It is still under review.
So you've designed to put in 8 infiltration pits?
No, I haven't designed infiltration pits. We designed microbioretention facilities they don't have recharge, and they have underwater.
That's a yes or no answer, please.
Well, the answer is no.
Okay. Did you design microbioretention?
Yes.
Does this paragraph 13 say you can't do that in a contaminated site?
No. No, it does not.
It says no hotspots.
But we're not proposing a hotspot.
It's already there, isn't it?
Well, it'll fall under the voluntary cleanup program.
Did you consider the environmental aspect of public health, safety, and general welfare of the environment when you did this design?
Objection,
Absolutely.
objection.
What's the objection?
That's not that wasn't within the scope of direct examination, and it's not relevant.
Well, Mr. Hyatt, the first section of the Adequate Public Facilities Code says that one of the purposes is to ensure the proposed development protects the public health and safety, promotes the general welfare of the community, and conserves the environment. If he's going to say that everything is just dandy as far as adequate public facilities goes, Mr. Rogers is entitled to have him explain how his opinion is consistent with that requirement.
Well, I mean, the requirements are spelled out in each of those subsections. I mean, you're talking about the purposes?
Yeah.
Clause?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the purposes don't spell out any standards. They talk about generalities. It's like a preamble to the legislation. There's no
We can-
ascertainable standards there.
We can just ignore the standard, there's purposes?
It's not a standard.
It's a purpose. We just ignore the purposes?
I don't think you can measure it, is the point I'm making. An engineer has to go through the
Well-
8 or 9 criteria. I don't want to argue with you.
Mr. Rogers can ask him whether he took that into account.
Okay.
So, Mr. Schuman, did you provide any statistics that had to do with the fire department response time?
I did not.
Why not?
Objection, again.
He
Mr.
already
Chairman,
answered the question.
No, he doesn't have to answer the question until the ruling on the objection takes place. There's an exemption. If you refer to the code section that states that if there's a project that's sprinklered, then that's the end of the discussion, and it's exempt. And that's exactly what Mr. Schuman testified to, that
I object to Mr. Hyatt's comments.
So,
He is now testifying. I would like to point out that if he wants to cite the code, let's go to the NFPA code, which is what's supposed to be followed. And the NFPA code says you can derate the requirements as an exception to the normal flow that you need. It doesn't say the whole thing is accepted. And they've referred to the wrong specifications for the fire safety determination. They haven't referred to Manual 291. And 291 is where it specifies how much water they need. They have not stated in their plan, in their statement, what kind of water they need. They didn't go to the manual and pick out of the table the square footage of the building and how much water they need.
all right, repeat your question, please, Mr. Rogers.
The question is, does the fire flow test satisfy all the requirements of NFPA?
It provided adequate fire pressure, yes. We didn't design a sprinkler system.
Yep.
That's going to be designed through the permit process.
in the fire flow page that's in Appendix D, there's a note on there that says this cannot be used for engineering purposes. Are you aware of that?
In the, I believe so, yes.
The fire flow test by Absolute.
Mr. Chairman, I would renew my objection and refer you to 22.12.030. A proposed project that will include a sprinkler system or systems shall be deemed to have adequate facilities under this chapter. That's where it stops. If there's a sprinkler system, then we don't have to do any more testing.
So I understand your point, Mr.
Yeah.
Hyatt, but what concerns me is if the specific provisions of the code are in conflict with the purposes of the code, I want to understand that as well as I can. For example, you would contend, I assume, that the general exemption, if you have a sprinkler system, means that it doesn't matter if you're putting in so many units that it's going to overwhelm the emergency medical services system. That doesn't make,
Well, but that's
what it says.
for purposes of a
According-
certificate of adequacy, that is what it says. There's other aspects of review.
That's your argument, I understand that.
Okay.
On Appendix D, there's this fire flow sheet. It says not to be used for engineering purposes. And it doesn't list the requirement for flow. Now, if you were a fire protection, are you a fire protection engineer?
I am not.
If you were, do you think your client would like you to tell you how much water you really need to supply your building? Basic needs.
If they're designing a system, yeah.
Is the fire hydrant system separate from potable water, city water?
No.
Will you explain to me how you arrived at that?
You're talking about
answer?
the fire flow, the fire hydrants, or the same
fire
water?
hydrants, piping, and the potable water.
The fire hydrant pipings on the property and on the streets are the same water you get used for potable.
It is not. It's two separate systems.
Well, they're two separate systems in the building, but
Okay, well, I'm arguing anyway. Okay, so if I'm going to use this as adequacy, and the person that signed off on this says it's worthless, I can't use it, what good is it?
why did the city approve the certification?
Well, why did you submit this?
Because it was a fire flow test done in accordance with the city requirements, witnessed by the city,
What does the fire flow test try to prove?
available pressures and water.
What does that prove?
It proves that site was provided with 4,500, or I think it was 4,500 gallons per minute at 20 residual pressure. If you-
That's if you have several hydrants flowing. You can't get 4,500 gallons from one hydrant in Annapolis. You can only get 1,500, because that's what they're
Objection.
rated at.
You're not testifying, Mr. Rogers.
All right. So do you know how much a hydrant is rated for?
I don't.
Do you know what the green top on the hydrant means?
I don't.
Do you know how high they would have to take a nozzle to the top of a hook and ladder truck to squirt?
Objection.
I think you're
Do you know what
far
the,
afield, Mr. Rogers.
do you know what the orifice shape is inside the hydrant?
I think it's in the report.
It uses .9 as the factor. But do you know what the shape is?
I don't. I was not there for the test. That's why absolute fire.
This doesn't tell you what the shape is, but it will change the flow dramatically if it's the wrong shape. Al Hyatt did it too. Are you familiar with the test sheet from the Department of Public Works? It's in your enclosure. This sheet says it's an adequate facility. Can you tell me who made that decision?
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that improper for this guy in the field, the technician, to make that determination when there's You're not talking about sprinklers and fire hoses and everything that goes into
That
the
sheet did
building?
not come from me, so I,
Oh, this is a city sheet,
correct.
but you enclosed it in your report.
It's part of the fire flow test, correct.
Do you think you should know why this is in there?
Objection.
Mr. Rogers, you might do better with putting
All
this
right,
information in
I'll
your
continue.
case.
What is the intent of having recreation area?
For the benefit of the community,
Of the
And-
community
and the-
or the building?
both.
If the little bits of park are a half mile away, do you think the people are going to walk that distance?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, the code specifies very clearly what is allowed for recreational purposes or what you have to satisfy for recreational purposes. It's either on-site, within a half mile, or you pay, or any combination of those.
What are you trying to accomplish here, Mr. Rogers?
I'm trying to accomplish that the payoff in lieu of is not the intent of the code. The intent of the code is when you have a dense building, a big block.
And why would you want this witness's opinion on that?
I'm trying to find out if they were going to design some park into the place, into the site, that's all.
Why don't you ask him that, if that's what
I
you...
guess so too. The letter from the police department, when did that come?
What's the date of
on
it?
that? Yes.
Ten 2018.
10?
It's dated October 15th, 2018.
When did the memo come on the schools?
I don't know if there is a memo on the schools.
The testimony said December 26, 2018.
Whose testimony, mine?
Mr. Chairman, these are documents that are in the record, they're dated. I'm not sure where we're going with this.
Mr.
This is-
Rogers, we
this
don't
is-
need to waste time.
All right, but this
on-
memo is illegal because it's after the decision point. It cannot be considered, and it's got to be thrown out. Unless he had this in the file on 26 November 18, it doesn't count.
Isn't the date on the document?
I don't know, they said it- what the date was. I don't have
It's
it.
under tab 2, it says November 26, 2018.
It's already in evidence.
Pardon?
It's one of the exhibits that's being offered in evidence.
But it's dated after the 26th of November?
It's dated November
We'll
26.
decide what that's worth.
You can't do that.
But
Mr.
we'll
Gallagher.
decide what we can do,
Mr. Gallagher,
Mr.
this is time-bound. You restricted me on my last time-bound, okay, that I couldn't revise my application. He can't stick stuff into the file after the date of the decision. It wasn't considered by the decision.
We will have the dates in front of us when we consider that. Move on, please.
Mr. Schuman, did you ever present in your studies or reports anything to do with streetscape?
Objection.
That memo behind Mr. Solstice says that it has to fit in harmony with the community, that purpose. And we agreed at the last hearing that we could consider the harmony and that purpose document.
You can answer the question, Mr. Schuman. You didn't do it, that's fine.
Did not.
Is it normally considered to submit a picture of the building heights to get an average building height and an average setback and an
Yes.
average look of the block when you do a project in Annapolis?
For the site design, yes.
You can answer the question.
Okay.
For site design, yes. For adequacy of public facilities, no.
Well, if this says it's got to fit in harmony, and that building's twice as high as everything else in the community, how can it fit in the harmony?
Objection.
Objections noted. If you have an answer, answer it.
I don't have an answer.
Exhibit 51, that we're going to submit later, has a statement from the past governor about what you just said. So do you want to reconsider your idea
Objection.
about
I
harmony?
mean, Mr. Chairman,
I don't think he does, Mr. Rogers. Let's keep going.
And when you were designing bus stops, did you consider trying to put the bus stops out of the traffic flow?
We coordinated with the Annapolis planning staff and with the bus review staff. so-
Did the traffic impact studies say that the intersection at Tyler and Bay Ridge fails in level of service E?
I don't, it probably does, but I don't know.
Well, you can refer to it, go ahead.
Well, I don't have it here in front of me.
Ask your lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, we are getting,
This
the
is
beaten path
really
here.
important,
The-
Mr.
Oh, I know it is.
The witness agreed that traffic was relevant to Chapter
it
22.
is, yeah,
so-
but we're going to have a traffic, the city's traffic expert's going to testify soon. So Mr. Schuman described what he did when he submitted everything, but he's not we didn't qualify him as a traffic expert.
Well, he said he believed that the proposal qualified on the traffic criteria, so you opened that door.
Okay.
Mr. Schuman, are you aware that the front footage on Bay Ridge doesn't belong? So you've just reviewed level of service E?
I haven't looked, no, he just handed me the report. I haven't looked at anything yet.
Okay. Are you aware that?
Mr. Rogers, your microphone, please.
Sorry. Are you aware that the front footage on Bay Ridge Avenue doesn't belong to the shopping center?
Objection.
No, he just has to say yes or no.
No, I object. I mean, what's the basis for that? I mean,
Why does that matter?
Because if you have a 14-foot wide easement along the front that was given away at the original plat, that's the perfect place for a carve-out for a bus stop. And it was not considered. The original deed, which is my Exhibit 6, shows that this property has a 14-foot setback. And the owner has built on that, and it doesn't belong to him. And it has to do with the traffic impact study. If they had considered that property, they could have put a taxi stop, they could have put a bus stop. We have 3 routes that go to that shopping center, and they need a place that's out of the traffic flow so that you can get traffic flow. And if we are failing our traffic analysis, the level of service E, then we need to do something about it.
Mr. Schuman, you can tell them whatever you did or didn't do or don't
Our
know.
firm did a survey on the property. We know what you're referring to. We're not aware of it.
Well, we'll bring that up later.
Okay.
Are there trees on the current property?
objection.
Which criteria does that go to, Mr. Rogers?
Under forest? Is there a forest?
What specific provision are you referring to?
I don't know where it is. So, did you look at the comprehensive plan
Objection.
for the capital improvement plan for adequate facilities?
I'll overrule the objection because I think the section of the purposes rules that talks about harmony with the neighborhood
So, in
covers that.
the comprehensive plan, the Eastport design talks about how we want the neighborhood to look. And so the design review is tailored to considerations. And I
Mr.
talked
Chairman,
about-
I mean, now you're talking specifically about design review.
So the harmony of the neighborhood,
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
so the harmony of the neighborhood really is dependent on buildings that blend in. Something that's twice as big as anything else has 15 times the bulk. Do you think that fits in?
Mr. Chairman, I understand you overruled my objection, but Mr. Schuman is not a designer. He wasn't qualified as an expert designer. He's a civil engineer.
I understand, but you've offered him as an expert on compliance with the adequate public facilities rules.
Yes.
I understand it's your view the comprehensive plan doesn't enter into that. In my view, that's a question we'll have to address,
Okay.
so I'm happy to hear his answer on it, if he has one.
If he has one, okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, we work as part of a design team. We have an architect as part of the design team, and they worked very closely with the staff through the site design process. In my opinion, that's a site design process, and that was reviewed as part of that site design and approved as part of that site design.
Mr. Schuman, are you aware of the new projections for schools that was published
Objection.
in September?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to annoy you, but he's talking about what? I mean, the schools were tested, and he's talking about something in the future?
I think he's asking whether the tests you referred to are the new tests or the old tests.
These are not tests. The Anne Arundel Community School System did a projection from 2018 to 2027. And I'm asking him if he used that projection to fit his population that he's going to grow with this building. Does that fit into those projections?
It's completely irrelevant, Mr.
So
Chairman.
you're asking him if he used a test of adequacy of schools that's different from the one contained in this ordinance, is that right?
No, I'm saying the numbers that are in the new projection go into the test that he used. But the problem is there's a 293% increase going on. And that's in that study. And for them to say there's going to be no impact is absolutely ridiculous, and let alone a lie.
Mr. Chairman, now we're getting into argument, and
I'm asking him,
It's-
did he see that study before, the projections, before he did his
Well,
analysis?
before we let him answer that, is it your position that that study would modify the specific requirements that are in the ordinance now?
Absolutely. It
Okay.
busts the numbers even more.
Mr. Schuman, have you seen that study?
I'm aware of the study. I mean, the code, again, talks about the state-rated capacity within 3 years. So when we did our analysis, we did 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. So that's what the code requires you, is currently projected to be equal or greater than 120% of the state-rated capacity within 3 years. So the code limits it to 3 years. So I don't know if you were asking if we looked at for 2027? That's beyond 3 years.
No, but it includes 18 and 19, and it has an unpredicted growth.
There's no need to argue with him.
The question is, why didn't you use those numbers?
We did use the numbers per the code for the 2021. And you said before that it was ludicrous that we didn't do any impact. We do have impact. I said it, we had impact. We're generating elementary school kids, we're generating middle school kids, and we're generating high school kids. And through the code requirements, we're showing that it meets within the APF requirements.
But you exceed the number with high school.
But the code allows you to go to 120% of the state
Do
rated
you have
capacity.
do you have any idea what exceeding the limit of the population they're predicting. What is the impact of that?
Objection.
Yeah, I think you've gone far enough on that one, Mr. Rogers.
They have
I'll
to-
sustain the objection. You have a chance to make your point in your case.
Yes, they do. Does a green roof have bio cleaning or treatment capability, or is it just an HVAC consideration to keep the temperatures moderated to reduce the HVAC load?
So a green roof is an ESD device accepted by the state of Maryland,
For what?
stormwater management. It
If
it
it's a-
has, it has benefits as well for other things.
Is the green roof connected to an under drain?
Yeah,
Does that go into the storm sewer?
it does.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, the board? Go ahead.
The traffic engineers went back and revised that to address the concerns of the memorandum by the concerned citizens, but I didn't see any follow-up. Was that in turn accepted? Was it now correct and proper in all respects by whoever's standards?
I think the city accepted the traffic impact study and the proposed mitigation that was offered in that study to improve that.
And then it was redone with the 2011 tables and actually improved the situation, is the way I interpreted it.
And I would defer to Mr. Driven. He will, we'll be calling him momentarily. as a
Okay,
witness.
I could hold that question for
Okay.
them. The next one, with regard to the question of the green roof. The purpose of the green roof is to also sequester rainwater and allow it to drain back into the system slowly in a
And
controlled
filter it.
and filter it and back to the environment. So it's not, the fact that it is discharging to the stormwater system, it's better than just straight runoff.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Charlie? Eddie? All right, Mr. Hyde.
Just a follow-up. Mr. Schuman, you did a boundary survey on this property?
Another firm did it previously, and we just completed one. Yes.
Is there any question about the boundaries of this property
None,
and the ownership?
none.
All right. And then referring you back to the school calculation, the school calculation is spelled out in the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And those were the steps followed with this application and a determination by the Department of Planning and Zoning that schools were adequate, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Schuman, there's been some discussion about the purposes, provisions for APF. Okay,
Yes.
is it your understanding that the purposes are review criteria or something separate from review criteria?
My understanding is it's something separate, and I think the other code sections are specific.
Thank you. No further questions.
Dare I ask Mr. Rogers if you have any?
Recross, how can Mr. Schuman say something that's different than what's on that poster? I rest my case.
All right. Thank you very much,
Sounds
Mr.
sure.
Short. Mr. Hyatt? If I didn't say so earlier, my intention is to recess for the evening by 11 o'clock.
Mr. Driven, would you state your name and address and your occupation for the record, please?
Yes, good evening. My name is Nick Dribbin. I'm a professional engineer practicing in the area of civil engineering, focusing on traffic engineering with Lenhart Traffic Associates. I'm the associate vice president, and our address is 645 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Suite 214, Severna Park, Maryland 21146.
Was your firm hired by the City of Annapolis to perform a traffic impact study with respect to the lofts at Eastport Landing?
Yes, we were.
Mr. Chairman, in order to save some time, I would offer Mr. Driven as an expert. He was accepted and hired by the City of Annapolis as an expert in the field of traffic engineering, or I can spend some time qualifying him as an expert, because the city picked him, the applicant paid him, but he's the one who performed with the Lenhart organization, the traffic impact study that we're going to offer into the record momentarily.
We'll hear his testimony, Mr. Hyatt, but when we weigh it, we'll consider the fact that he was engaged by the city, and one might assume that he would be defending the city's actions.
Okay. All right. Would you like me to qualify him as an expert?
Not necessary.
Okay. All right.
We have a CV.
Thank you. Mr. Driven, you heard some of the testimony from Mr. Schuman and some of the questioning. The issue arose as to how the traffic impact study was prepared and certain conclusions related to the intersection of Tyler and Bay Ridge. Would you explain to the board what you discovered during your study at Tyler and Bay Ridge, and what your recommendations are to improve, if any, to improve that intersection to a passing level of service?
Yes, so during the course of our traffic impact analysis, we discovered that the intersection of Bay Ridge and Tyler was projected to operate at a level of service E with the addition of development traffic. We provided a mitigation recommendation for that intersection, which consisted of improving signal timing through traffic simulation software to optimize the timing out there. And with implementation of that improvement, the intersection would operate at a level of service C.
Okay, and what exactly are you talking about with regard to the signal optimization? What's involved in that?
So in order to optimize the signal, once the development is online, right now we're using projections, but we would go out and collect new traffic data, turning movement counts during the peak hours, and use our traffic modeling and analysis software to improve timings. What happens with traffic timings is over time, as traffic patterns change and new developments come online, they tend to get out of date, and this is, City of Annapolis, anywhere in the state. This is very common, and so they need to be retimed and updated on occasion. And in this case, that would bring the intersection to a level service C, which is generally considered to be adequate operations.
Do you agree with Mr. Schuman, who testified that in the city code there are no specific standards to satisfy with regard to adequacy of traffic?
I do. The city code specifies when a traffic impact study is required. But unlike many of the other sections, there are not specific requirements for or standards for adequacy as it relates to the traffic impact study.
So the directing your attention to my tab 6, which is a traffic impact analysis for Eastport Commons development, is that the traffic study that your organization prepared?
Yes.
How was it determined what you studied? I mean, who directed you what to study?
So we were contracted by the City of Annapolis, and the scope was coordinated with the city's transportation planning experts. The scope included which intersections should be included based on a certain perimeter around the study area. We collected traffic data in accordance with the city and generally accepted industry standards, which is that it's collected on a typical Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday while school is in session, so that we're capturing sort of typical traffic patterns. and we collect traffic during the AM and PM peak periods. So we want to capture the busiest, what you would call your rush hour during each of those periods, so that we're looking at the highest peak hour of traffic on a typical day. The study then looks at three conditions, which is existing traffic conditions. So what I just mentioned as far as existing counts that we conduct. We also look at lane configurations, what traffic control devices are in place at the study intersections, so stop control, yield control, traffic signals. We evaluate existing pedestrian facilities, bicycle facilities, transit facilities. The second condition we look at is called background conditions, which consists of everything that's out there under existing, as well as any approved background developments. So if there are other, housing units or things that have been approved within the city that are coming online in the area, those are included. And we also look at general background growth rate. So that growth rate accounts for any regional traffic that may not be related to a specific development, but that's part of sort of just general growth in the greater region. And we analyze conditions with traffic software for the background condition. And then finally, we look at the total condition, which is everything that was in existing and background, and then what the site will bring to the study intersections. And that's all done in accordance with primarily the Institute for Transportation Engineers publishes a manual on trip generation for developments. So I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but the trip generation manual tells you for any type of development that you might have, how much traffic you could expect that development to put on the road during a typical morning and evening peak hour. So, and that manual is used throughout the country, throughout the state, by the city of Annapolis. And that is kind of the standard for how we come up with those numbers. Those numbers, the volume of traffic that gets generated by the development is then assigned to the study network based on where we know people are coming from and going to and general traffic patterns in the area. And then we analyze the total volumes with the site as our third condition. So we have existing, which is today. We have background, which is today with any growth before the development. And then that's sort of the basis for comparison to the total traffic condition with the site in place.
After you submitted your traffic impact study, do you recall seeing a memorandum from the City of Annapolis Department of Transportation?
Yes.
And referring you to that, there was a statement that the Annapolis Department of Transportation certifies that the small increase in peak hour traffic volume will have negligible impact on the roadway network if the signal at Bay Ridge Avenue and Tyler Avenue is optimized to improve the level of service. In other words, did they agree with your recommendations?
Yes.
And so the department suggested that the signal timing optimization take place at Bay Ridge Avenue and Tyler Avenue, and that would cure any deficiency, so to speak, at that intersection. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's also your conclusion?
Yes.
And once you did that, the city determined that traffic impact was satisfied?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
We'll take 10 minutes and read.
Yeah, I'm just going to call some of the city people, just to reaffirm. You think I should call him since he let some of that in there?
Mr. Elson has crack at cross-examination, but he seems to be missing, so we'll go to Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed your last name.
My last name is Dribbin, Driban.
Dribbin?
Dribbin, yes.
Thank you. You said that there was no standard for the study. Is that correct?
I said that the adequate public facilities in the Code of Ordinances does not have specific standard for level of service requirements with regard to traffic.
Or does it mention the ITE manual?
It does not.
It doesn't.
Does not.
Maybe you'd like to change your answer. I'm going to read to you 22-21-010, paragraph A1, sub A. More based upon trip generation rates published in the latest edition of the Trip Generation Manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Yes, that it's referenced with regard to the requirements for when a traffic impact study is needed, but there is no standard as far as adequacy within the code.
Are you aware there's an amendment to that manual?
Which manual are you referring to?
The ITE Traffic Trip Generation Manual?
What do you mean when you say amendment?
Another section to it that's just been developed.
Objection. The ITE manual only tells one when a traffic impact study is required, so what difference does it make?
So there was a traffic impact study. So where are you going with that one?
Well, there's a section of the manual that addresses mixed-use development standards. And it talks about the...
Let's back up for a second. The reference to the ITE that you've quoted
Trip Generation Model.
in 22-2110 is used to tell us when a traffic study is required. We have a traffic study. I don't see anything in there that talks about the traffic study having to...
That's incorrect. It tells you how to do it.
Show
It
me
tells
where
you the elements.
Show me where it says that.
I don't have the manual with me.
No. Okay. Objection sustained.
So what is a level of service E?
So level of service is a concept developed by the Highway Capacity Manual that is used to used as a qualitative measure of how an intersection is operating. So it essentially works in the same way that your grades in school would work. Level service A is considered the best, and level service F is generally considered failing. Depending on the jurisdiction and the requirements of specific jurisdictions, the cutoff within that A through F gradient for where a facility would be considered inadequate can vary, but is generally somewhere on the D to E range, although again, the Annapolis Code does not have a specific requirement.
Does level of service E prompt you to make recommendations?
There's no specific requirement in the Annapolis Code.
I asked a question, yes or no?
Depending on the jurisdiction, we make recommendations when an intersection is found to require, to not meet adequacy standards.
Does level of service E prompt you to make a recommendation? Yes or
Objection.
no?
He's already answered the question.
No, he hasn't. Yes or no?
It depends on the circumstance. It can.
It can.
It can, yes.
Thank you. How old was the data that you used to do this traffic study?
I believe the data was collected in September of 2016.
What is this year?
This
We
year,
know what this year is, come on.
Do
2019.
you think that data was stale when you got it?
At the time we initiated the study, which was in 2016, the data was fresh.
Would you want to do that study again?
We, in response to a comment that was received from the citizens of Eastport, we actually looked at more recent counts that were collected by the State Highway Administration and found that that data was actually a little bit lower than the data that we used from 2016, which would indicate that our study was conservative. And-
See the advantage of doing this in your case instead of his?
How many traffic studies did you consider when you did this study?
What do you mean consider?
Did you see the sector study?
I'm not sure what your,
The
what the-
Eastport Forest Drive sector study?
Objection.
That had transportation in it?
What's the basis for the objection?
He testified that he did a traffic impact study based upon the scope that was directed by the City Department of Planning and Zoning. That's what he did. So this is not a relevant
Isn't he
question.
asking him if he did anything else? Isn't the question, did he do something beyond that?
Yes, that is the
Well,
question.
he can answer that.
Okay.
We, as part of our traffic studies, we do review relevant area plans and master plans, but they're not, the information generally isn't something that gets specifically included in the development. So whether
So
we,
you're not aware that the sector study failed that same intersection?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Did you spend more than one day on the site doing your study?
We spent probably a total of 2 to 3 days out there reviewing, conducting observations, collecting data on traffic volumes as well as existing lane configurations.
Which days of the week did you show up?
We collect data on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, which is the standard practice for kind of getting typical data.
Were you aware that there's a semi-truck that parks there every day?
I'm not aware of that.
The Postal Service has a semi-truck. It's on that picture right above your head. To the left. That truck, did
Okay.
you consider that truck blocking the traffic?
I'm not sure whether that truck was there at the time we collected data or not.
So the data's incomplete.
The data was accurate on the dates that it was collected.
But it's incomplete.
Objection.
You're arguing him with him, Mr. Rogers.
Is there any other way to mitigate the traffic slowdown or backup other than traffic signalization? If they were to widen for instance, if they were to widen the street or have one-way traffic, some of these other studies have a lot of recommendations and they've never been implemented. They recommend one-way streets. Did you
Objection.
consider?
What are you talking about?
Did you consider one-way streets?
The goal of our analysis is to understand the impacts specific to this development. In this case, the development generates a relatively low volume of traffic relative to what's out in the area. And so the development's impact was able to be mitigated through signal timing, optimization changes. There are certainly a number of other ways that you could mitigate an impact, but you know, it's not necessarily part of the study to consider every possibility or alternative.
If you knew there was more street available to you width-wise, would you have chosen one of those other ways to do it?
It's unlikely that we would have because, again, this development's impact is very small. So our goal is to specifically, review this development's impact and to determine how to
Are
improve
you
the streets.
familiar with the term background projects?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Background projects, as I explained earlier, are developments that have been approved in the area that will be putting traffic into the area, the study intersections that we're considering.
Suppose it's not approved. Do you consider that?
Typically not. There are lots of ideas floating around, but until someone has said this is actually allowed to be built, it's not something that we would consider. Although I would note that the general growth component that we include accounts for, background developments that may come
Are
online
you
after
familiar
the
with the
study.
way the county keeps track of trip counts and capacity of roads?
Objection.
Objection.
He can answer if he's familiar with what the county does.
I'm not sure what aspect you're
Well,
describing.
Teresa Sutherland, who came from the county, explained to me that
Objection.
they keep track of the traffic counts for every project, like the background projects. And so when the capacity of a street is reached, then they stop development in that area until they can address the problem. So are you aware that anybody in the city of Annapolis is counting the total trips that are available on those streets?
So the way background developments get incorporated into our study is we're told specific developments that are approved in the area and what those developments are and how much traffic, the trip counts for those developments, and that traffic is then included in our analysis. So if by virtue of what's out there today, plus the background developments, plus what our site will generate, there becomes an issue, that's where we look to provide improvements and upgrades to mitigate those. So yes, we've included the
Are
appropriate
you
background
familiar with
developments.
a term called smart growth?
Yes.
What does smart growth mean?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, I mean, it's,
Mr. Rogers, I don't think it's an efficient way to make this point. Why don't you do it in your case? You'll tell us what smart growth means and how it should be accounted for.
Does smart growth mean you do the facilities first?
objection.
Pardon?
We'll sustain the objection. Go to your next subject.
So the city has no standard for determining whether level E service or level F. Suppose you got level F. What would your recommendation be when that happens?
So the recommendations are kind of on a case-by-case basis. We look at what's at the intersection. We look at how much traffic the development is contributing to that intersection. And then we look at what possibilities are available to mitigate the development's impact. So if there's available right-of-way, we might look at adding a lane. If there's a chance to improve transit and potentially take some of the cars off the roadway through those means, we would look at
How
that.
many transit buses come to the shopping center?
I don't know the exact number.
You did the traffic study, didn't you?
We looked at the bus routes in the area, and the information is included in the study. And I know that there are planned upgrades to the bus routes, but I couldn't tell you the exact number of buses that come to the transit center off the top of my head.
Do you think that's the future? Buses? Transit?
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
It's drones anyway.
I quit.
Mr. Elson?
Yeah, just a few questions. So, Mr. Rogers indicated in his appeal that he felt that, or he inquired about the possibility of creating a signalized intersection at Monroe Street. Did you consider that?
We did not consider that because the intersection of Monroe Street is not a failing intersection.
What's the level of service
Um,
there?
So the overall level of service is We have some movements at that intersection that are level service B and A, and then there are movements that are E's and F's. So for an unsignalized intersection, the highway capacity manual doesn't have an overall intersection level of service in the same way that it does for a signalized intersection. So we look more at the mainline movements and trying to essentially move the most volume of traffic through there. So the main line in this case is operating at level service A and B, which is generally considered acceptable. As far as your question about a signal, in order for a signal to be installed, there are requirements that need to be met based on the nationally accepted Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the MUTCD. And there are 9 warrants that dictate when you can justify installing a traffic signal. And generally, agencies will not install a signal unless one of those warrants is met because there are liability issues associated with that. So the intersection with Monroe Street, generally the volume-related warrants are tied to both the mainline volumes and the side street volumes. And the intersection with Monroe Street would be unlikely to meet the warrants based on the side street volumes.
What about crosswalks at Madison and Chesapeake? Were they considered? Well, I guess I first should ask you, are there crosswalks at those intersections?
I'm not finding the page that has that information on it.
Did you make any let's just speak in your mind. Did you make any recommendations regarding crosswalks anywhere within the area that was studied?
We reviewed the existing crosswalks and we reviewed what was being proposed on the site plan and found what was being proposed in conjunction with what was existing to be acceptable.
Did you study traffic on Americana Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the physical layout on Americana Drive? Where's it going to be? Where's the project site in relation to Americana Drive?
So Americana Drive is, depending on what orientation you look at the map, it's east or slightly north of the project.
Is it adjacent to the project site?
It is, yes.
Okay. Does it intersect with what? With what street?
It intersects with primarily Chesapeake Avenue is the main intersection there.
Okay. And did you make any recommendations with respect to Americana Drive?
We did. We recommended that the side street, which being Americana Drive in this case, be changed from its existing lane configuration, which is a shared left and right turn lane, to include separate left and right turn lanes.
What was the reason for the recommendation?
The left turn movement out of the site, out of Americana Drive, excuse me, not the site, out of Americana Drive onto Chesapeake Avenue was slightly impacted by the development. So we had to come up with a recommendation to improve that intersection.
Okay, and what exactly is the proposal to improve that intersection?
The proposal to improve the intersection is to split the left and right turn lanes to provide separate turn lanes, where today it's a single lane.
Okay. And so what would be the level of service at that intersection with that proposal?
Well, again, since it's an unsignalized intersection, the methodology does not have a kind of overall level of service, but the change would allow the side street again, the side street being Americana, to operate with level service C in the AM and B in the PM for the northbound right, as well as level services A for the through vehicles and the left turns along the main line. The lefts would operate at level service E and F.
Okay, and are E and F acceptable under these circumstances?
There's no standard in the city's ordinance.
So is there
So-
any, would there be any change in the level of service at that intersection?
Well, the challenge at that intersection and in general at unsignalized intersections is when you have a side street, and a lot of times these are very low volume side streets, and you have just a few cars trying to get out onto a main line with traffic on it, you generally want to prioritize the main line movement. So if you have 1,000 cars, just as an example, going two directions on the main line, and you have 10 cars that want to come out on the side street, your priority is moving the greatest amount of traffic. In order to address that left turn movement, you really need a signal there, because there's not much else you can do to get that traffic out of the side street. But a signal needs to be warranted in order for that improvement to be implemented. So the best that you can generally do in that case is to provide free movement for other vehicles that are not the left turns out of the side street. So in this case, that's where the recommendation to split the lefts from the rights came, which drastically improves the right turn movement and has a negligible effect on the left turn movement.
Okay.
And that, I would add, that left turn movement is operating at those levels of service with or without the development. So
Currently operating at those levels of service?
under background conditions,
Okay.
which is everything between today with all the background developments added to it, but before the site is implemented.
There was some reference in the appeal notice about blinking yellow caution lights and painted crosswalks at, I believe, at the intersection of Americana and Chesapeake. Did you consider that?
I'm not sure whether that was considered as part of the study. I don't believe it was.
Well, is that something that you needed to consider in order to complete your traffic study?
It wouldn't address the adequacy, any levels of service. That's adding crosswalks and flashing lights is not going to change that. Again, the one movement that was challenging there was the left turn out of Americana onto Chesapeake, and you really can only address that with the signal, but you can't get a signal because the warrants are not going to be met. So we did as much as we could from an traffic operational standpoint to improve that intersection within reasonable means.
So there was some discussion about how long you were on site with questions from Mr. Rogers. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you indicate again, how many, were you there just one day, or were you there more than one day?
So I'm not sure exactly how many days we were on site. Typically, it would be 2 to 3 days. 1 day to go and collect the traffic, the turning movement counts, which is specifically how many cars are making each movement at each intersection. And then generally, we'll have another day out there to conduct observations, identify any areas that appear problematic from an operational or safety standpoint, and also to inventory existing pedestrian, bicycle, transit facilities. So it typically is 2 to 3 days
So
on site.
regardless of how many days you were actually there, did you get all that accomplished?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you didn't do that you should have done in order to complete your traffic study?
No.
Is there any reason to conduct a new traffic study for this project?
No.
So, all right, no further questions. Thank you.
Recross? Just a minute. Members of the board?
How does the city qualify a traffic engineering company to be qualified to bid on studies? If you know the answer.
To the best of my knowledge, in this case, there was an RFP issued for this traffic study, sent out to numerous firms in the area, and we provided a proposal documenting our technical expertise as a firm, our individual resumes, qualifications, and of course price as well.
How many traffic studies, you have, again, if you know the answer, approximately how many traffic studies for the city have you prepared, your firm prepared over the last 3 to 5 years?
For the city, we have prepared probably 10 to 12 studies.
Have they ever been challenged?
They have not. And that's just for the city specifically. I mean, throughout the state of Maryland and other states, we've conducted over 1,000 easily within the last 3 to 5
Any
years.
of those, I mean, again, any issues along the way?
Occasionally there are challenges such as this, but we as a firm have not had an issue.
But back to my question about qualification, does the RFP specify the qualifications for you to be permitted to submit a response? I mean, is there what I'm saying, I'm using the term qualification as an engineer, like you are qualified, the city mandates a level of qualification to be qualified to submit a traffic study.
Yes, there are qualifications that the city has.
Okay. Thanks. Charlie?
You said you were on site for 2 to 3 days. You weren't sure how many days you were on site.
So, is that the question?
Can you be sure and tell us?
So what we do when we collect this, when we do the study, is we collect a day of representative traffic data. That forms the basis, the foundation of our study in terms of the turning movement count. So every intersection, we look at how many people are turning left, through, and right.
So you only counted traffic on one day?
So I can tell you exactly what day I was there and counted traffic, yes.
Okay, what day was that?
That was...
Was it a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
It's always a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday while school is in session, so not during the summer, because the goal and the standard practice is to capture typical traffic, which is generally regarded as Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. So we were on site.
And what time of year were you on site?
In this case, it was September, but in general, we do not go during the summer. Unless it's something out in Ocean City or on the way to the beach. But we don't collect data when schools are not in session. So that would include during the summer, during winter breaks, around holidays. We were out there for this one on September 27th. I'm not sure what day of the week it was, but it would have been a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
And so Eastport is a very unique peninsula, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Yes.
It has a challenging traffic flow. Why did you choose to only do one day of data collection?
That's the standard that is done throughout the state, throughout the counties, throughout the city of Annapolis. I mean, that's one representative day is what you get. Now, when we look at the counts back in the office, if there are adjacent available counts, we'll look to make sure that we're in the same range as those counts and that our counts are reasonable. So in this case, I mentioned that there was an SHA count that was more recent than ours, which obviously we didn't have at the time of the study, but we've compared since and is in the same ballpark. It's actually a little bit lower than what we use, so our study would be conservative. But there was also at the time of the study, there was a count from 2011 that SHA conducted that we were able to reference and kind of confirm that our counts were reasonable. We also, when we're out there, we're monitoring, if there are any crashes or, incidents in the area that would change traffic patterns for that day and make it a non-typical day, then we'll scrap data collection and come back another day. So we're really trying to capture, it's only one day, but there are mechanisms in place to make sure that the data is kind of typical as we can get it.
And so what constitutes a typical day for this study?
So a typical day is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday while school is in session. And we capture a period of several hours in the morning and a period of several hours in the evening, so that out of those hours we can look at the data and take the highest single hour, so that we're, again, along the way, we're kind of building in these conservative assumptions. So,
And so what were those peak hours in the AM and PM?
So we collected data from 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m., which is fairly standard data collection hours.
So are you aware of the fact that the schools get out at 2:30 to 3:30 in
Yes.
Eastport and Annapolis?
That's fairly common around various areas, and generally the school hour is not the highest peak hour of traffic. The highest peak hour of traffic is when people are coming from and going to work, which generally occurs in the 7 to 9, 4 to 6 range. So if, for instance, we were analyzing a school project, we would look at data during the school pickup and drop-off times, because that's when that site is going to have the biggest impact. But in this case, this is a shopping center, some residential, primarily the greatest number of trips, and this is all from the ITE trip generation manual, the greatest number of trips is going to occur during the hours when people are coming from, going to work. You're driving home, you stop at the shopping center, and those hours are generally higher than the school pickup and drop-off times.
Okay.
So the peak hour, just looking at a single intersection as an example, this is Americana at one of the existing site driveways. The AM peak hour was from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. and the PM peak hour was 4:45 to 5:45. Here's another one, 7:45 to 8:45, 4:30 to 5:30. So they're all kind of in that range. To your point, if we do go out there and we see that traffic is peaking, so we collected 4 to 6 and we see traffic is peaking right at the first hour of that from 4 to 5, then we will go out and collect data prior to that on a separate day to make sure we're capturing the peak. But we'll go out and collect additional data to make sure we've captured.
So that didn't really make sense to me. So what constitutes then a peak that would drive you to go to an earlier hour to look what's happening? How do you know what the peak is, I
If
guess?
the data is showing that the peak, the highest hour during the time we collected is either the first hour we were out there,
Oh, I see.
or the last hour we were out
Yep,
there,
yep.
then we would come out and extend that range to make sure that we're
And so
capturing.
when was the highest peak in this 4 to 6?
So
O'clock.
primarily, again, just flipping through some of the intersections, it looks like it was between 4:30 to 5:30 and or 4:45 to 5:45, depending on the location.
So did it drive you to then measure at 3:30?
It did not, because
Why?
So again, the highest volume of this site, which is what we're trying to measure the impact of, is going to occur when people are coming from and going to work. This is all documented from the ITE trip generation manual.
But you just said that if you see a peak, then you would go to previous times.
I said maybe I misspoke. What I was trying to explain is that if our volumes that we collect, so I have actual numbers for every turning movement count at every intersection, and if those numbers are showing that the first period that we were out there is the highest period, then we would extend to include that as well, to include additional data. The hours, excuse me.
I'm not an
Sorry.
expert in traffic.
I'm sorry if I'm not explaining well. The hours that are counted are relatively standard across all agencies. So that's set in the scope that we have with the city, what hours we need to count. And the 4 to 6, whether we're doing a study in Anne Arundel County, City of Annapolis, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, California, they're all going to have relatively similar timeframes. Now it may be 4:30 to 6:30 or 4:30 to 7, but those AM and PM peak hours are the standard timeframes that are counted regardless of where the study is done. So that's standard protocol, I guess.
So also help me understand, when you calculate how many cars or trips the new development is going to introduce into the traffic, is it 1 car per unit, per housing unit, apartment, 2 cars? What is it?
So that's a good question. So it depends. The way we calculate the trip generation numbers is from the ITE trip generation manual. It's a national manual, and it is based on studies that have been conducted throughout the country. Some might be in Maryland, again, some might be anywhere within the country. But for any land use you could think of, so whether it's a hotel, shopping center, an apartment building, a daycare, any of these facilities, they've done generally in the tens, but sometimes in the hundreds in terms of the number of studies, and they've looked at how many trips those sites produce. So they've gone to the driveway of another, if you're looking at a fast food restaurant, they've gone to the driveway of McDonald's and they've counted how many trips come into that McDonald's and out of that McDonald's during certain periods of the day. So, and that manual is really is what we use in the studies to do trip generation. So in this case, we looked at what was being proposed on the site, the land uses that were being proposed, and the size of them, or the number of units, and the rates based on all of these other studies that have been done that are incorporated into the ITE trip generation manual, and we calculated how many trips our site would generate. And the same thing is done for any background developments in the area. So if there's another use coming in, we talked about background developments a little bit before, but if there's another use coming in down the street, then we look at how many trips that use is going to generate. And then all of that traffic gets, we call it trip assignment, which is looking at traffic patterns in the region and figuring out, okay, if we have 100 trips, just a round number, we have 100 trips coming from here, there are 20 that are going to go, 20% are going to go this way, 30% are going to go this way, 15% are going to go this way. So how many trips, so 20 trips go that way, 30 go this way, 15 go that way. So that's how we get to what the development is, the site itself is putting into various intersections.
And so would you say that based upon the design of this development and estimating, because I get all that, I don't know anything about what you just said.
Sorry.
I want to know the number of cars per unit. Would you say that on average, if there were 2 cars per unit, would you expect the same outcome of your traffic study on the one day that you did the measurements?
So that, I guess that's what we're trying to quantify is for the measurements, the data that we've collected.
I guess I'm asking you to simplify it for me. Just bring it down to on the ground, tires going out, Americana. Would it change your data, your outcome, excuse me?
No, the data, if you're asking if they were building, rather than a residential development, if they were building a Chick-fil-A.
No, I'm not asking that.
Okay, but
I'm asking based upon the design of this development and averaging 2 cars per unit, because I think that's realistic, would it change your outcomes?
So the cars per unit is not necessarily the same number as the number of vehicles that are traveling at the same time, so during that one peak hour. So my wife and I have 2 cars. I leave at 6:30 in the morning and she leaves at 8:15. So not every, a housing unit may have 2 cars, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna generate 2 vehicular trips during the highest hour of the day. So the rates that we used are based on national standards, which is the ITE trip generation manual. That's based on hundreds of studies, averaged and developed research-based equations, and that is the standard of practice that is used to calculate and perform these studies.
So basically, your measurements are very narrow.
What do you mean by that?
restricted time limits such that you're limiting the number of cars that potentially could be going in and out
We're
of
trying to
Americana or Monroe?
capture the worst conditions on a typical day. So we could collect data for all 24 hours, but I know that at midnight,
But how do you know it's the worst conditions? Why didn't you measure all throughout the day so that you could determine exactly when was the worst condition? And do it over a week-long period and perhaps more than just in September?
well, I guess there's two answers to that. One is we perform these studies in accordance with the standards of practice that are set forth both nationally throughout the state and locally. So the way that data is collected is standardized. When it's collected, times it can be collected, and the protocol for a traffic study is based on that data. The SHA data that's available in this area actually is a longer count, and I can tell you from that data that the periods that we have are the highest periods throughout the day.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so the counts we conduct are based on specific peak periods, again, based on national standards of practice. We're trying to capture the highest hour. We want to look at the worst impact. So if this intersection is operating perfectly fine for 23 hours of the day, but the 1 hour that you need to get to work and you're going through that intersection, it's a problem, that's what we want to address.
So are you talking then about a national standard or an Eastport standard?
In this case, it's City of Annapolis scoping guidelines, but the standard that the city is using is based on national and Maryland state and Annapolis County standards. When we do studies, in order for them to have any validity, they need to be based on a protocol and something that can be followed by others. So if I do a study and you do a study, we get similar results. So the best that we can do as traffic engineers, it's unfortunately not practical to go out and collect data all day today and for 3 weeks, and then again, 6 months from now, and then again, because the projects need to move forward, there are budgets involved, the timing. I mean, it's really like that level of data collection is just not feasible. It's not reasonable. So we collect data on what is considered a typical and representative day based on all industry standards. And we use that data. We, again, kind of confirm that data is reasonable based on other counts in the area if they're available. And then we use that data to the best, through the protocol to develop the most accurate study we can.
Did you consider the post office traffic?
Post
That-
office traffic
That
was,
abuts, yes,
it
Americana.
was included in the counts, yes.
And it had no impact or an impact?
Well, the vehicles are included in the counts. So anybody that went to the post office, in our data, the volumes that we're looking at in our study, those people are included in the study. So any impact that they had is included in our analysis, yes.
And so can you please educate me on what is the difference between Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 8? Since I'm not a traffic expert, it wasn't clear to me.
The difference between Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 8 has to do with I'm going to call them conditions or scenarios that we're looking at throughout the study. So there are three scenarios that we look at. The first one is what's happening under existing conditions. So I go out there today, what do the intersections look like? How's the traffic? Are there issues? And so Exhibit 4 is documenting it's kind of a traffic operations roll sheet or data sheet of everything that's happening today under existing conditions, or today being the day the intersections were counted. Exhibit 8 is a separate condition or scenario of the study. So Exhibit 8 is what we call the background condition. The background condition is if you take everything that's out there right this second, and you add anything development that's been approved to it, so other developments in the area, as well as regional traffic growth. So we throw in a growth factor to make sure that, you know, we're capturing if something happens in the city of Annapolis, there's a development in the city of Annapolis that for whatever reason is going to send traffic through Eastport, just as an example, that is kind of, we didn't account for that specific development, but we accounted for general regional traffic increases. So that's what's rolled into the background
And so that's
analysis.
why in Exhibit 8, for example, the VC ratio is higher than in Exhibit 4.
Yes, correct.
And what would you say is a cutoff of the VC ratio that's like a failure? That's a warning sign that traffic is getting too dense. Just what's typical in the industry, in your technology?
It varies by area. I mean, V over C is a ratio, and typically around 1 to a little over 1 is what's kind of considered reasonable cutoff point, but that varies by location.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross?
Just a minute, please. What would it take to warrant recommending a signal at Americana Drive?
So there are the warrants for signal installation are included in the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the MUTCD. It's about this thick, and it's got anything you could imagine as far as traffic control device requirements, including when it's prudent and reasonable to install a traffic signal. The justification for that are called traffic warrants. There are 9 of them, and those warrants range from, are you near a railroad crossing? Do you have a high volume of like hundreds of school children crossing at this intersection? There are some sort of odd ones like that, but the 2 that are typically looked at are warrants 1 and 2, which are volume-based warrants. 1 is an 8-hour volume warrant, which means you need to meet the requirements of that warrant for any 8 hours of a given day in order for the signal to be warranted. And the second is a 4-hour warrant, which you need to meet the requirements for any 4 hours of a given day. And those 2 warrants are based, they're different thresholds, but they're each based on the mainline volume relative to the side street volume. So there are thresholds for each of those warrants for them to be met, and they generally require a higher volume of side street traffic than occurs at the intersections in this study area. We didn't run them, so I can't say for sure that it wouldn't be met, but looking at the volumes, it may meet for an hour or 2 during the peaks, but I strongly do not believe that it would meet for the entire 8 or 4 hours required. So, and those warrants are really pretty strictly adhered to by jurisdictions for when a signal will actually be installed, generally for liability reasons. That's kind of those are the guiding factors, the guiding warrants, and generally agencies will not install signals unless one of those is met.
Even though the intersection level of service may be an E or an F?
So clarifying that, well, yes, direct answer, yes. So the intersection can be failing and the warrants may not be met. In this case, what the side street movements are, so again, for unsignalized intersections, there's not an overall level of service value. We're forced to look at, so for signalized, I can tell you that intersection's level of service A, that one's an F. For side streets, the way the manual, the way the highway capacity manual has set it up, we're really kind of forced to look at it on a movement by movement basis. So I can tell you, your mainline volumes are operating, everybody's going through, the left turns can turn off of the main line, those are level service A and B. Your side street is a level service C, or, whatever the number may be. In this case, in some of these cases, or one of these cases, it is a level service E. But the level service is not tied to the volume of traffic making that movement. So you could have one car leaving an intersection that really wants to get out and can't because there's a ton of mainline traffic. That one car is failing, has a failing level of service, but we wouldn't recommend any improvement for that one car because the other 2,000 cars on the main line are operating just fine. So, with side streets, it does occur relatively frequently that a single movement at that intersection is failing, but a traffic signal is not warranted based on the MUTCD requirements.
Mr. Hyatt?
Just a couple follow-up questions. Your study indicates that there were 127 apartments. Is that
Correct.
right? But there are actually 98.
Correct.
So it overstates the trip volume by something, right?
That is correct, yeah. At the time we initiated the study, there were more units, and that's
Yeah.
what's reflected. So
And-
it's a more conservative analysis.
Yeah, and the city's Department of Transportation, you referred to this before, stated that this was a negligible impact on the roadway. Is that right?
Correct. This development is a low-volume generator, and its impact, although there are failing intersections, this development's impact is not generally the reason for those.
And you're also proposing improvements to the non-signalized intersections that
That is correct.
certainly don't make it, this project doesn't make it any worse. This project improves it, right?
That's correct.
With the improvements that you're proposing.
Yes.
Yeah. And just to follow up on some of the questioning, when the city sends out its RFP and you respond and it directs a scope of study, doesn't it always expect the counts to be done during the AM and PM peak hours?
Yes.
I mean, is there ever a time that the city would expect a study to be done with counts outside of those peak hours?
Very rare exceptions, generally not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you. Is there a national standard on how many days you spend on site taking data?
Could you use your microphone, please?
Is there a national standard that says how many days you should spend on site taking data?
There's not a national standard, but
Thank you.
the general policy is to collect data for a day. over
In
the course of the
early questioning, you said there was no standard that told you how to do this. And you've restated about 4 times that there's the ITE manual tells you how many cars per unit, says the model dictates and says what to do. So I'm confused.
I object.
Hang on.
What's the
Mr.
question?
Hyatt said that the model, the ITE manual, says when to do this. You've described several elements of the manual that says how to do this with what. So I'm confused. Please help me out.
I'm referencing in general with regard to how a study is conducted. There are what I've been terming standards of practice, which is every agency across the board generally does these studies the same way.
No, you talked
regard to the
about, you
trip gen-
talked about number of cars
With
per
regard,
unit. And that's in the manual. You said, tell me if that's not a standard.
with regard to the trip generation, which is a specific and narrow component of the study, so it's one component of the study. It's not how to do the whole study. It's one thing. There are guidelines and standards for how we do trip generation, but that's not the whole study, it's a small piece of it.
So does a mixed-use development that has a density of 98 units in 2 acres, should that be a different set of criteria than if you had a spread-out residential community of separate homes?
You can take reductions in the number of trips generated for a mixed-use development. So if you have uses that are complementary to each other, such as shopping center and residential, or office, or things where people are going to go from within the development from one component to another, you can reduce the number of trips. In this case, we did not do that because we were looking to provide a conservative analysis, conservative meaning higher number of trips.
So you
from the
don't
site.
think density increases that number? A higher density would increase the number of trips.
In the IT trip generation manual, the section that you were referring to earlier, there are guidelines for how to reduce trips based on mixed-use development. So, no, it doesn't.
And you're not aware of the new amendment?
I'm not sure which amendment. There are amendments that come out to the trip generation manual on a regular
The
basis.
EPA has sponsored an amendment jointly with ITE that tells you how to analyze for mixed-use developments. You're not aware of that?
Objection.
The question is, are you aware of it?
I'm not aware of it, and I'm not sure
Thank you.
that exists.
Are you aware of any accidents around the shopping center?
We did conduct a crash analysis based on.
Are you aware of a fatality?
The data that we have does not include a fatality, no.
I witnessed a fatality at Madison. Do
We
you
co-
have that in your record?
We collect data from the Maryland State Highway Administration's crash data archives, which are compiled from police departments throughout the state and include all police-reported crashes.
I proffer the data is no good. I saw a death.
You'll have
I'm sorry, I'm
you'll have
sorry.
the opportunity to offer that evidence when it's your turn, Mr. Rogers. He can't tell you what he doesn't know.
Are there any rear-end collisions in that area?
There are some.
What does a rear-end collision on a parked car mean to you?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I mean, is that a symptom of cars going too fast? Is it a symptom of restricted streets?
When we get crash data, we look at the number of crashes and overall whether there are any substantial patterns that exist within both intersections and segments throughout the study area. In this case, there were no patterns identifiable that would have been deemed substantial crash issues. So there were rear-end crashes, but there weren't a high number of them in the same location.
I think you're wrong, but we'll talk about that again.
Okay.
How many cars drive down Chesapeake Avenue every day? It's 2,100. Sound right?
We have peak hour volumes that would indicate there's a higher volume than that.
What is it?
So I can give you an estimate based on the peak hour volumes that we have.
It's okay. I know the answer. How many cars come in and out of Annapolis every day?
I don't know.
21,000.
Do you mean on Chesapeake Avenue?
No.
Oh, objection.
How,
He's
is Chesapeake
going-
Avenue one of 4 arteries into Eastport? Or are there just 2 arteries?
I'm not sure of the number of arteries into Eastport.
How can you possibly do a study without to know where the traffic's coming from?
We look at the traffic volumes within the study
Answer
area.
the question.
I'm
How
answering
can
the
you
question.
not do this study without knowing where the traffic's coming from?
We look at the traffic volumes within the study area. So we have a prescribed study area that we're to look at that includes intersections within a certain distance of the site. And we look at the traffic patterns at those locations. So to the question that was raised earlier about why can't we collect data, over every day for a month or several months, we can't study every intersection. So we
Thank you.
try to study the
Thank you.
intersections where the development will have the greatest impact, which is in the immediate area.
Have you considered a four-way crosswalk so that there's a time period? We have one of those in the city up by Church Circle. There's a period there where no traffic flows and people walk. New York has it. But because there's danger to pedestrians, they do a four-way walk at once, and then the signals don't allow anybody to walk and the traffic goes.
Objection.
Did you recommend that or have thought about that?
You can answer the question.
They call it a Barnes dance.
Okay.
Barnes dance.
Barn dance. okay.
Yeah, but it was invented by some guy named Barnes. But it was not necessarily something that we looked at as part of the study. The crash data didn't indicate a substantial number of pedestrian safety issue.
Did you see the children coming across the Bay Ridge Chesapeake triangular intersection to take the bus to school? They're allowed to take the public bus. Did you see a bunch of kids come across there in the morning?
Our data would show pedestrian counts. I think we observed, I'm not sure what we observed 3 years ago at that point with regard to a specific location.
So do you
and
think
school
we
children.
need to do a new study if you're not sure what's going on today?
No, the study meets all of the requirements, and again, the data that we looked at that was more recent from SHA has lower volumes than what we analyzed, which indicates that our study was conservative relative to what's out there.
If I saw 7 children almost get killed walking across that street at that bend in the street, would you say you should study that?
The study is based on standards of practice
Thank you.
generally, and
Thank you.
we include
Thank
all
you.
of the information that's
Thank you.
relevant
Let him
at the
answer the
time based on
question.
our observations.
Mr. Rogers, if you're going to ask him a question, you need to let him answer it. Do you have any more questions, Mr. Rogers?
Did you consider the 4 things that are going on in Americana with the post office, the trash truck, the exit from the parking lot, and all the traffic from Watergate? Did all those 4 things
It's in Terry's package, okay.
tell you anything else that you haven't told us so far?
Our study included any existing conditions at the time and would have included those factors.
But you told me you didn't see that semi-truck.
I told you I didn't recall, wasn't sure whether I'd seen it, but if it was out there, it was included in the counts.
If there was a trash truck 90 degrees to the traffic, picking up the trash out of the cavity that the designer has put in, no traffic's going to pass. So what does that do to an analysis?
If the trash truck were there for some substantial period of time while we were collecting data, then we would collect new data. However, that's not, a trash truck being parked for a couple minutes is not, we look for anomalies in the data.
Okay, well,
Okay,
what is the wait time for a car at an intersection that's acceptable?
It depends on whether it's signalized or unsignalized.
Unsignal.
So the level of service thresholds are generally, level service A is less than 10 seconds of delay on average, B is 10 to 15, level service C is 15 to 25, level service D is 25 to 35, E is 35 to 50 seconds of delay for the average vehicle, and level service F is greater than 50 seconds at an unsignalized intersection.
So if you had 5 cars waiting there, coming from Watergate, and it takes each one a minute to get across Chesapeake Avenue, what does that do to your model?
That movement, that specific movement would be considered to operate at level service F. But every other vehicle at
Do you
that
think do you think that's possible today, that that's happening?
I think it is occurring at some of the intersections with or without the site, and that the improvements recommended as part of the traffic impact study mitigate any site impact effectively.
Thank you.
No questions.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I request that you, at this juncture, give me the consideration for the amount of time that Mr. Hyatt has taken, and that at the next time that I be given equal or greater time in my testimony.
The way it works, Mr. Rogers, is if I believe Mr. Hyatt is delaying the presentation of the case, I'm going to move him along. But my observation tonight is that you've probably taken more time with his witnesses than he has. So when it's your turn to put on your case, we'll apply the same standard. We're going to let you put on whatever you need to put on that's relevant. And if you're wasting time, I'm going to let you know and tell you to move on.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hyatt.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Driven.
I'll call Mr. Muhich. Good evening. Sorry that you're here so late. Would you tell the board your name and address and what your job is with the city fire department?
My name is John Muhich, it's spelled M-U-H-I-C-H. This is address, sorry? Last name is spelled M as in Mary, U-H-I-C-H, 145 Norman Street. I'm Captain Fire Marshal's office.
Among your responsibilities in the fire department, do you evaluate requests for adequacy of public facilities as related to fire services and emergency services?
Yes, I did. For City Code 2212, 030, 030 is where I pretty much stopped.
And how is a request initiated? How do you act on a request to determine adequacy for a project like the lofts at Eastport Landing?
So I'm very limited, I am limited by code.
Yeah.
Code states, I'm sure everybody has a copy in front of them, they know, 2212.030 exemptions. A proposed project that will include sprinkler systems in accordance with section 1712-010 shall be deemed to have adequate facilities under this chapter. So once a project comes through, that's pretty much as far as that is as far as I go.
So did you understand that the lofts at Eastport Landing was a project that was sprinklered?
Yes.
And once you knew that, then you knew that the project was exempt and in fact satisfies adequacy of public facilities under 22.12, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Elson?
Mr. Captain Muhich.
Captain, yes, apologize.
Captain?
Yes.
Captain. So when you are presented with, well, let me ask you this. Were you presented with a fire plan or a sprinkling plan by the applicant?
Not at this time. So the way that works is the APF goes through, with the APF, the sprinkler plan will come through with the building plans about the same time, and then we review the sprinkler plans.
Okay. So the plans themselves have not yet been reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
And do you do that?
That is done through the fire marshal's office, and that is going to be, that will be done by our fire protection engineer. You hear me?
Green light.
Oh, sorry, there it is.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
So When the plans do come in, the sprinkler plans come in, they are reviewed by our fire protection engineer. I do not have an engineering degree.
Okay, so what exactly do you need to know in order to deem the system, the sprinkler system, adequate? At the level at which you review this?
For the APF letter, all they have to state is that they have sprinklers.
Okay, and how do you know that there's going to be sprinklering there?
It comes through the original plans, and in the city of Annapolis, even residential homes cannot be built without sprinkler systems in them. So whatever building is going to be built in the city of Annapolis will have a sprinkler system in it.
And do you know if the proposal is that the entire building be sprinklered?
The entire building will have to be sprinkler.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Captain, which code supersedes the other, the NFPA or the city code?
Whichever is the strictest of the two requirements.
So if the NFPA requires you to analyze adequate water supply,
I do not analyze that. That is by city code.
hang on, I'm not finished. If the NFPA says, okay, you can derate the required water at a site to 50% of what you would normally require for hydrants service, then don't you think somehow with the city code, you have to say, well, this one doesn't quite do it because this abdicates the requirements of NFPA. So maybe I should figure out whether there's going to be enough water to do two things. One is the sprinklers, and number two is the hydrants, because the first thing a fire truck, pumper truck does is he drives by a hydrant, lays down the hose, connects it, and he's ready to go. Right?
I'm going to object, Mr. Chairman. This captain testified
I'm
that-
sorry, we're going to the adequacy of fire. If you want your house to burn down, you
Mr.
can do
Rogers, we
that.
hadn't heard the objection. We'll hear Mr.
Right.
Hyatt, then we'll hear
I'm tired of his
your
objections.
response.
This is a real question.
We'll find out. You're going to have to be patient, and you're going to have to be courteous. And that means don't interrupt. Please finish your objection.
The witness testified that when he understands that a project is going to be sprinklered, he knows there's an exemption, and that's where it ends. For Mr. Rogers to continue to ask these questions outside of the scope is, and beyond the...
So your witness also testified that as between the code standards and the NFPF standards, they apply the strictest. And Mr. Rogers is testing that, and I'll let him do that.
Right, and that's
So,
outside
I'm
of
going to
APF.
answer your question, sir.
no,
I-
let me repeat it for you, okay? So in the NFPA 291, is there a table that tells us how much water we need if we have 114,000 square feet of residential units?
I do not have the code book in front of me, sir.
No, just
And
answer me.
I
Would you?
can't answer the question if I don't have the material in front of me, sir.
So,
And also, I do not, once again, I do not, it's in city code, and I cannot address the fire flow. That's by law.
the fire code that you have to adhere to in the city code says the Maryland State Fire Code and the NFPA.
The city code says, which I'm bound by law, sir.
This is stricter.
Sir, the city code, which I'm bound by law.
All right.
If I can answer the
I'm not going to
question.
deal with you, okay?
He's told you that he follows the city code in this case. I think that's the end of that.
Yeah, I'll get to the real answer later. Okay. What kind of fire sprinklers are they going to put in the building?
Once again, sir, until we have those plans, we do not know.
Do different types of fire sprinklers use different kinds of water? More water than less water?
That is a possibility. There are misting systems. There are several different types of systems.
So
It's gonna
unless you use the NFPA stricter requirements to require you to analyze the sprinkler load plus hydrant hydrant load together, even though they're derated, how do you know you're going to have enough water if you don't do the engineering? Are
Once
you-
again, sir,
right,
once again, sir,
Objection. He's asked him 3 different times, and he's answered 3 different times. He doesn't do that. He doesn't
Are
do
you a fire
that.
protection engineer?
I stated, sir, that I was not a fire protection engineer.
Are you qualified to make this analysis
Am I qualified to make what analysis?
of adequate fire protection water
By
for
city
this
code,
building?
but first of all, sir, you're asking the same question over and over again. By city code, I am not allowed by code, and I'm sure you're very well read and versed on the code, that it is up to the Public Works Department. I do not review that.
Did your letter refer the adequacy of water to the Public Works Department?
It says the adequacy of water will be determined by the Public Works Department. Correct. It is not determined by the fire department.
So they probably can answer this question for me.
That I do not know.
Thank
You'd
you.
have to ask them, sir.
Thank you.
Are you done?
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question based on your firefighting experience. If you had a tall building,
I don't think you've established what his firefighting experience is.
well, he's wearing the uniform.
Mr. Chairman, hypothetical questions
No,
are
this has-
outside the scope of APF.
This has to do with adequacy. If you were to run a fire hose up the hook and ladder truck ladder to fight the fire from the air, I realize you'd probably fight it from the bottom first, but you probably have a hook and ladder because the chief told me you deploy a hook and ladder when you have a structural fire. So if you put a hose up on top of that truck, how much pressure do you lose by having to shoot water out of the top of the ladder?
I cannot answer that question.
Thank you.
I cannot answer that question because you have not given me the information to answer it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
No questions.
No questions. Ladies, gentlemen? No?
This is more generalized, but when the building is, after we get through the adequacy of public facility and the building goes into, and this may be more for planning or public works, the applicant, the building permit, is responsible for providing an engineered solution to meet the fire suppression needs per code.
Correct.
And they can come about that through a variety of techniques. Jockey pump, tanks on site, additional service mains, but they
Correct.
have to meet it. There's no exception.
There is no exception whatsoever.
Thank you. No further questions.
In the city's Exhibit 3, there's a letter dated November 15, 18, to Pete Gutwald from Annapolis Fire Chief David Stokes, Lofts at Eastport Landing. Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And the adequate public facilities ordinance says that the fire chief will make findings and conclusions on adequate public facilities application and transmit them to director. Does that letter represent those findings and conclusions?
I can't read that from this distance, but I assume if that's the letter the chief signed, that would be correct.
You don't know of any other letter that supplements that? Or,
No, sir. We only send one APF.
The issue that I raised with Mr. Hyatt earlier, how do the adequate public facilities rules, as you understand them, assure that the development of a large multifamily project that brings hundreds of new people into the area won't overload emergency medical services?
That is not my purview, sir.
Do you know whose purview it is?
I believe that would be in the fire chief's purview.
Fire chief's purview.
I do not, the fire marshal's office does not review that. We stop, we literally by law have to stop once they say sprinklers.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hyatt?
Okay. Call Amy Miguez.
Sorry?
I consult with Mr. Hyatt on the order of witnesses for a minute, because we have witnesses here who have problems coming,
Yeah,
for the next hearing. I'm
Sure.
trying to get them in.
sure.
Okay. You want to get Mr. Trader up next? Okay, all right. I'll call Mr. Trader, if that's okay, slightly out of order, and we'll. Okay.
Tessie.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Trader. Would you tell the board who you are and what you do for a living, please?
I am Archie Trader. I'm the director of the Annapolis Recreation and Parks Department.
Did you have the
Nice to
opportunity?
have you back with us, Mr. Trader.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to review, or did your department review the request for adequacy for the lofts at Eastport with respect to recreational facilities?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the board how it is that you and your department make that evaluation, what it is that you do when a request is made?
Initially, it goes to my colleague, Ms. Marissa Whitlinger, and in collaboration with her, we make a joint decision.
Let me direct your attention to a memorandum from you dated November 14th, 2018, to Thomas Smith, Chief Current Planning. Do you recall initialing that document?
I do.
Okay. Do you happen to have a copy in front of you?
I do. I do.
Would you just briefly summarize your conclusion there, and whether you believe this applicant has satisfied adequacy of public facilities with respect to recreation and parks?
Yes, sir. Initially, we had to disagree with the some of the ways in which they wanted to satisfy the code regarding recreational provisions. The Ellen Moyer Park was not allowed because of the distance across the water. The sidewalks at the shopping center was not allowed. The surface, the inside of the actual facility was not allowed because there was no open access to the public. So we worked it out, and we allowed some playgrounds to be a part of the evaluation, which is allowed by code. And we also allowed the Davis Playground, which is within a half-mile radius of the project. So they did satisfy it, and they did not satisfy the total distance, the total amount of recreational space that is required by code. So they will provide in lieu with a fine. So based on that, they satisfied it.
Okay. The memo, Mr. Chairman, I referred to is under tab 1C. And so just to summarize, if you have either on-site space, public space, or park space within a half mile that meets the criteria, not on the other side of Back Creek, but the smaller pocket parks within the half mile that are available to the public. And to the extent they don't meet the criteria, then if you're short, there's a fee in lieu that's paid. That's how it's done?
That is correct.
Okay, good. And they satisfied it, and that's what your memo reflects, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Good evening.
Good evening.
If, as a recreation director, would you like to have more recreation space in the area near the density that they're trying to create?
Of course I would. It is,
Do you think that the intent of the provision in the code is to, if you have a high density, to create recreational space? Is that the intent?
You know, I would object, Mr. Chairman. We can debate about intent,
Yeah,
but
I will sustain the objection, Mr. Rogers. He's not in a position to tell us what the intent was, I don't think.
So how are the people at the proposed apartment building going to get to the recreational spaces that, the little bit that's provided?
could you repeat that question, please?
How are the residents in the 98 units that are being proposed, how are they going to get to those little tiny parks that are sprinkled around the half mile?
They would drive or walk within the half-mile radius. Or bike.
Is the common restaurant area considered recreational space?
The outside sidewalk of the project is considered recreational space where people can come and sit. It is by definition recreation. It's by definition park space. Park are not relegated to activities or movement. Another definition of what a park is for people to come and observe the environment and to be still.
So are you aware that the backside of the shopping center today is supposed to have a sidewalk going down the whole backside?
The backside of the shopping center?
But there's no sidewalk there.
I'm unaware and I'm not qualified to comment.
Is that included in your analysis?
It was not submitted as an alternative. The front sidewalk of the shopping center along the storefronts was submitted as an alternative, and we turned it down.
So I'm confused again. Can you tell me which areas in the city you are considering to qualify for that little bit of recreation that they say they're going to provide?
You said in the city, but based on this project, you're asking the question based on
Yes.
this project?
Yes, sir.
It was the front side, storefront side of the shopping center. They wanted to put benches along that side. Of course, you're familiar with Eastport Shopping Center. I grew up in Eastport as a child. I remember when it was a Safeway. And I know as a recreation professional that would not be acceptable as a park, leisure, recreation space.
So I'm in a quandary. How do we get recreational space to satisfy this requirement other than having a billionaire pay off the criteria?
Well, sir, they have satisfied that we have accepted the various 3 playgrounds and as well as the space around the project, which they will put benches where the public can have access to, and that fulfills the amount of space that is required by code. Also, in lieu, the fine in lieu of not fulfilling the total amount required.
You're not proposing that the kids run around the trash bins in the back, are you?
Well, the code does not distinguish children or adults or age groups. It distinguishes space for recreation and leisure, which applies to all people.
So then you say part of this is subject to interpretation.
What is?
What's adequate and what is not?
Well, from a recreation perspective, I can only speak, and I can speak academically. From a recreation perspective, I can speak from experience, and I can speak from what is actuality in terms of recreation. And when you have recreation space, it applies to all people, regardless of age, income, or demographics.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Elson?
Just a few questions, thank you. So, Mr. Trader, I need to ask you a few questions, okay? So let's just try to narrow this down. Parks are considered recreational facilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
Playgrounds,
Yes, sir.
on-site public access, benches or tables, things like that? When I say on-site, I'm talking about the project site.
Yes, sir.
Are schools?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
But they are not acceptable under the code.
that's what I'm asking. Okay,
Yes.
so you didn't consider any schools?
No, we're not.
Is it correct that there was a submission by the applicant that schools be counted as recreational facilities, open space on schools?
That is correct.
And was that rejected or not by the department?
That was rejected. And may I clarify why?
Sure.
Because a school setting is not accessible 24 hours.
Okay. So the facility has to be accessible by the public 24/7, is that correct?
Correct.
And does it make a difference whether it's accessible by a car, by a bicycle, by foot, or any other type of
Yeah,
or mode of
we
transportation?
don't advocate by boat, but those other other examples are acceptable.
What was the specific reason that the Ellen Moyer Park was rejected?
Because number one, it was walking, biking, or driving. It was outside the half-mile radius. It was inside the radius if it was accessed by boat, but that was unreasonable and unsound.
So in other words, if a recreational facility was accessible only by boat within a half-mile radius, that would be excluded as a recreational facility, or an adequate recreational facility?
Yes.
Are there any other types of facilities that you haven't mentioned that would be acceptable as adequate recreational facilities within a half mile of this project site?
Yes. You know, it was a thought of mine that the housing authority property could be included to renovate the baseball fields there, to renovate the Spar Creek side of the Harbor House headquarters, where there's a little park area could have been developed there.
Okay, but were those not considered because they weren't existing recreational facilities?
It doesn't have to be an existing recreation facility. They can create, a project can create a recreation facility.
But were those were possibilities, you're saying?
Those were, in my mind, those were possibilities in my mind.
Okay.
But I think there were certain
Okay.
legal matters.
All right, so they aren't included in the recreational facilities that are within a half mile as approved by the department, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and just touching on something that Mr. Hyatt said, if the applicant can't meet the square footage of recreational facilities within 1/2 mile of the project site, is a fee in lieu required at that point per code?
Yes.
Okay. it's not something that's discretionary on the part of the department or anybody else. Is it either that you have the square footage, and if you don't have the computations don't add up to the amount that's required for this particular project, then the fee is mandatory. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the board?
Real quick, Mr. Trainer, how often is the fee component? Hello, over here. Hi.
Mr. Trader, you're not quite done yet.
All right, thank you.
How often is the fee in some small capacity come into play?
Could you repeat that, sir?
How often does the fee come into play during these development projects? Percentage-wise, anecdotally?
I would say maybe 20%.
20%, okay.
Yeah, it's minuscule. You know, most projects meet the criteria for space.
And do they meet it by, again, anecdotally, by providing it, or they just happen to be lucky in their proximity to city parks?
Yeah, fortunate to have certain existing recreational spaces that they can include.
Okay. So if they were a half mile down the road and overlap Truxton, they'd get it home free?
Home free.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Is the fee in lieu of based on square footage?
Yes, based on each unit.
How many feet?
Each unit is $250 per unit.
Any idea where that fee goes?
I'd like to know too. It'd be nice if it come to recreation and parks, wouldn't it?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
One more. So as I understand it, if I come in with a new project, and it's going to be so many square feet, Sally Nash will tell me that I've got to have so many square feet of rec space within a half mile, right?
Right.
And I can count all the little parks nearby, like was done in this case. But they're the same parks that were counted in this case, and the case before that, and the case before that. So the scheme doesn't take into account increasing density in the community. Is that right?
That's correct.
So these parks, we use them to justify each new project. We're going to get more and more crowded, and without a mechanism to create new parks. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Not for me.
You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I do have one witness, which I'd like to weave in with the city priorities, if we're going to do any more witnesses.
Mr. Hyatt's
Thank
got
you.
another city witness, I believe. Who is your witness?
Mr. Davis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for staying so late. Would you tell the board your name and address and your job description with the police department?
Sure. I'm Amy Miguez. Its last name is Miguez. I'm with the Annapolis Police Department. I'm a sergeant in the Community Services Unit. And the address is 199 Taylor Avenue in Annapolis.
Sergeant Miguez, did there come a time when you evaluated a request for adequacy of police protection for the lofts at Eastport Landing project?
Yes.
And did you do that in conformance with Chapter 22.14 of the City Code?
Yes, I did.
And do you do this as in your regular day-to-day activities when there's applications that are submitted to the police department?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify a memorandum from Scott Baker, then Chief of Police, dated October 15th, 2018, actually signed by you and Chief Baker? Do you recall this?
Yes, and actually, I'll point out that it's signed by now acting Chief Paul Herman, who was major at the time.
Okay.
Acting for Chief Baker, who was out of town.
All right. Does that memorandum conform to Chapter 22.14?
Yes.
Is the determination that this project with its 98 residential units and the commercial space would allow satisfaction of police protection adequacy?
Yes.
Would you do a quick summary of how you arrived at that conclusion for the benefit of the board?
Sure. What we look at is how many residential units, looking at the standard itself, there are 2 specified in the city code for police. The one is an officer ratio, which is the ratio of police officers authorized in the current city budget to city residents, and it uses a ratio of 3.2 officers per every 1,000 city residents. There can't be less than that. There's also an average response time, which is a average response time not being greater than 2 minutes and 30 seconds for a priority 1 emergency response. And that would be for the year prior to the current year, and that would not have increased more than 10% from the annual period immediately prior. And in doing our review, we look at the number of residential units, since that would be causing an increase in city population. So if there's a development that might not increase the population, then it really wouldn't affect the population, obviously, of residents. And then we use the 2010 census numbers. Those are the most recent census numbers, and use the number of officers budgeted in the current city budget, compare those 2. And then I also receive an average response call time from our the dispatch center that the city has at the police department, from their supervisor. He does an annual average every year for priority calls, and he gives me that number at the beginning of each new year so that I can use it for all the years' adequate public facilities reviews.
So your conclusion was that this project does satisfy adequacy under 22.14, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my question.
Mr. Rogers?
Did Chief Baker or your staff tell you how many officers were on duty at the time this letter was written?
No.
What does the ratio number come out to be, the officers you have to have?
Well, in the city code, it's not less than 3.2 per every 1,000 city residents.
And what does that come out to be?
With a population of the 2010 census being 38,394, it would be 122.86 officers would be the amount that we'd have to be within standard. We currently have 124. It has been in the city budget for the past several years.
Does in the budget mean how many you really have?
No, it doesn't.
How many officers are on duty in Iraq or Iran, someplace on military duty?
None, I believe, right now.
You have 4.
I don't believe we have any that are overseas.
How many officers are injured?
I don't know.
So if I told you there are 119 officers on your payroll, is that a good number?
That would probably be a good number. I don't know right now.
So if officers go to serve in military on reserve duty, the number could get down to 195. 5 less than 119,
It might.
might be. So does it say in the code sworn officers or just officers?
Just says ratio of police officers authorized in the current city budget.
So there might be officers that are not, that are administrative officers.
All our officers are sworn.
All officers are sworn.
Yes.
So if I said that I was privy to some information recently that said there was a officer call to somebody shooting some kind of a weapon, we didn't know what kind, maybe an air gun, maybe a real gun. If I told you there was a 7-minute response time, is that acceptable?
The call you're describing was for someone shooting a BB gun in a backyard.
But how-
So a 7-minute response time would be an appropriate response time.
They didn't know it was a BB gun.
The caller stated it was a BB gun.
They did. Were the shooters drunk?
I have no idea.
Again, objection. Now we're getting into,
So if you fall below the number of 122 or 124, you're using census numbers that have been predicted to grow. So you might be required to have 124 officers by the current numbers
We do have 124 in the current budget.
in the current budget, but you don't have them on duty.
No, we don't have full staff right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Elson?
A few questions. Thank you. So are you required to take into consideration officers who may be in the reserves, for instance, and temporarily assigned to some unit, whether it's in this country or out of the country?
Not for adequate public facilities.
And are you required to take into consideration someone who, for instance, is on light duty because of a work-related injury?
Not for adequate public facilities.
Are you required to take into consideration somebody who is on administrative leave for whatever reason, with or without pay?
Not for adequate public facilities.
So is it simply, however many officers are funded in the particular budget that's applicable to your review?
Yes, that compared with the number of city residents.
Right. I'm talking about the officers.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the fixed date that you need to consider regarding the number of officers that are funded, when you consider an application?
What, you mean what?
I mean, what are you, so say you get an application that you are reviewing and you review it on January 1st. Are you looking at the fiscal year of the budget that's in existence at that time?
Yes, it would be the current budget of the city, so not the proposed, budget that's in the works, but for the current fiscal year.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
And it was 124?
yes.
No further questions.
Hello. The word budgeted seems to be very specific language in this conversation. And you may not know the answer. Is there some presumption that any population of employees, City of Annapolis sworn officers, that some are not available for duty when their ratio is considered, the 124?
I mean, it's pretty,
Let me rephrase that. Has there ever been 100% perfect, everybody available?
I don't know that we have reached that in the recent past. Actual 120, a number of officers budgeted is the amount of officers that we have.
Charlie? Nadine?
I understand that there are fixed numbers in the code. I'm just wondering if you can speak to the level of crime in the area where this new development is going up, and whether the addition of the new development will place pressure on the police force. in the area of the new development?
It'd be hard to go back. I mean, I can pull numbers for similar developments, and that's what I do for some things that we have. For this one, I did not pull number of calls for similar developments. It's not a requirement of the code, but in this case, that you might put burden on our response time. If there's going to be more calls, there's more burden on our response time. So that may be a way that is measured. I can say that this review was October of 2018, so I was looking at 2017 numbers. And in 2017, our average response time was 2 minutes and 5 seconds for a priority 1 call. And that had increased 9.6% from 2016, which was just within the threshold. However, for this year, for 2018, what we're looking at now when we're doing reviews this year, our average response time is 1 minute 47 seconds, is significantly reduced. I don't have the percentage in front of me, but it went down by more than 10%, I think. So, yeah.
Recross?
If you must.
Well, if there's no redirect, there's no recross.
Good point. All right. Thank you very much. You're excused. We're going to break now. Mr. Hyatt, would you like to tell us what to look forward to?
Yes, I would, when we resume, I would have representatives from Planning and Zoning, Public Works, and the Department of Transportation, just to follow up on their, what they did in conjunction with the APF application. And perhaps Mr. Gutwald, if he's going to be here for the next event.
It's going to be very expensive to get him back. All right. We will recess the hearing in 18002 until July 17th at 7 o'clock unless you're notified otherwise.
So, may I be heard, Mr. Chair? I think Mr. Beard indicated that he now has a conflict with that date.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that tonight. Jackie will figure that out and talk to everyone who needs to be consulted.
All right. The only reason I mentioned it is because of the notice requirements. If we don't,
I understand. Jackie's well aware of those, I think.
I think Jackie proposed September 3rd as another option.
We'll let her figure it out.
Oh, okay.
It's July 17th unless we notify everyone otherwise, in accordance with the rules. Right? We've got plenty of time to get a notice out for a date after July 17th. Okay?
Unbelievable.
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
I have a conflict as well, and so I would like to be able to be in the discussion about times you're proposing.
You will be consulted before there's a change.
Thank you.
We're going to stick with July 17th unless we come up with some other date. And you'll be consulted before that happens.
Okay, there's a question about the mailing costs and the notice costs for extending this.
Cost to you?
Yes,
For what?
the mailing,
Mailing what?
the notice. Do we have to re-notice for the next hearing?
Is that right?
If we don't have a date certain, we have to do a re-notification.
but I'm also thinking, Mr. Chairman, that it may be that, you know, if Mr. Beard does have a conflict, we still could, you know, if Mr. Beard does have a conflict, I think it would not incapacitate us from the city, that is, from hiring another. I'd rather, you know, I think we'd all rather have Mr. Beard finish this. But if it came right down to it, I think we could have other legal counsel, do the next time. I don't think there's anything that indicates that we can't do that. I think it's preferable to have Mr. Beard.
That-
I do too.
That doesn't talk to the notice.
I understand.
The notice situation is this, that if we don't, if the 17th of July does not go forward, and we're going to have to go through the notice requirements again, which is going to be an expense.
I'll be, well, unless we can work out a way, Mr. Rogers is available to show up on the 17th. That's the date we've scheduled, right? July 17th?
I believe so.
Right. And that doesn't require any notice or any expense.
Correct, because it's already out there. That
It's already
July
out there.
17th.
So if we're going to change that, I think we need to change it in a way that doesn't result in him having to pay for it, because he's not causing us to change it.
Understood.
Thank you.
I understand, but that's complicated.
We'll consult with Jackie Rouse.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We put in the staff's report on exhibits, and we'll clean up Mr. Hyatt's when we resume, and we'll get to Mr. Rogers when he puts on his case. Okay?
I'm not going to leave these exhibits with you.
Please don't.
She wanted,
Oh,
Well, if you were going to put them in the record tonight, I was going to.
well, no, you,
Since he didn't put them in the record.
yeah, they're not in. Do we have anything else we need to accomplish without Jackie here to tell us? We don't even know. Minutes, signatures, that'll wait. till
Motion to
next time.
defer all till next regular meeting.
A motion?
Motion to defer any outstanding business to the next regular meeting, if such a exists.
And a motion to adjourn?
And a motion to adjourn. Two open motions.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.